Hello everyone. So in this video we'll try to solve only 5, 6, 7, 8 and more than 5 marks questions. To get the best of this video, please always try to pause and solve the question yourself. Let's start with this question here. It's 6 marks. Oh, it's 5 marks. So the question says D equals n divided by p minus q. N is 10.3, correct to one decimal place. P is that, q is this. By considering bounds, work out the value of D to a suitable degree of accuracy. Now, many students will not know what's required here, but at least we know the topic, its bounds, its limits of accuracy. How do we do this? Let's at least get 4 marks without understanding what they want. So, to solve bounds, the first thing you need to know is the decimal, or is the place value. So here, it's 1 decimal place. 1 decimal place is just 0.1. 2 decimal places, 0.01. 2 decimal places, 0.01. That's the first thing you do without even reading the question. So divide everything by 2. That's how you do bounds. 0.1 divided by 2 is 0.05. 0.01 divided by 2 is 0.005. And then 0.005 again. Now n is 10.3. Find the upper and the lower bounds of n. The upper is just you add this value. So it's going to be 10.35. The lower is when you subtract. So 10.3 minus 10.05 is 10.25. Now let's look at P. So the upper and the lower. The upper is when we add 0.05. So 7.24 plus 0.05. 7.245. Subtract 7.24 minus 0.005. It's 7.235. You can use the calculator. Now here, the last part we have is Q. So we need to find the upper and the lower again. So the upper is when we add this. So it's going to be 4.395. And the lower is going to be 4.385. You got up to this point, you got at least 2 marks. Now, at this point, we need to look at D here. Now, we need to find the upper and the lower bound of D. To find the upper, you need n to be very big, so you will use the upper here. And you need this to be also very big, so you will use the upper of P and the lower of Q. This will give you a very big value. And then when you want the smaller value of D, you need this to be very small, the numerator, so you will use the lower. And then you need the denominator to be very big, so you will use lower and you will use upper. Now let's put this into action. So we have D equals n divided by P minus Q. So let's find the lower bound of D and the upper bound of D. So the upper bound is when n is the biggest. So we will use 10.35 because it's the biggest value. Divided by, we need this to be very big, the P, so we'll use 7.245 minus a very small value of Q, so we'll use the lower bound, which is 4.385. The lower, for the upper value of D, we need n to be very small, so we'll use 10.35 sorry, 10.25, and we will need a small value of p, so we'll use 7.235 minus 4.395. We'll use the bigger value here. This is 8. It looks strange. Up to this point, we don't know what we want, but I'll show you. Now, once we did write all this here, this gives me 3.61888, and this gives me 3.609. Now, when they said to a suitable degree, just compare the upper and the lower bound here. Have you noticed if we round both to one decimal place, we'll get 3.6? So that's the answer. So the answer is D equals 3.6. And that's your 5 marks for this question. Was it easy? Now, before we go to the next question, I just want to show you something. It will help you a lot. Sometimes they don't tell you to one decimal place or to two decimal places. Now we know how to deal with it. But if they say, for example, the weight of some elephant or some dog, let's say, is 56 kilograms, correct to the nearest 10 kilograms. They don't tell you a decimal place. They told you it's correct to 10 kilograms. In this case, you'll just divide 10 divided by 5, so it's 2. Then you need to find the upper. You add these two, so the upper is going to be 56 plus 2 is 58, and the lower is going to be 56 minus 2 is 54. Now, if you think you understand this, I have a weight of some elephant this time. This elephant weighs, oh my goodness, how much is the weight of the elephant? Let's say it's 2,533 kilograms. Correct to the nearest 10 kilograms. Find the lower and the upper bound of the weight of this elephant. Please try it and comment your answer. Now, let's go to the next question. I think it's 6 marks.
8 marks IGCSE question. There are a lot of information here. What we will need for now is just this drawing here. The question asks to find vector AB. So vector AB is this one here, from A towards B. So how do I go from A to B? Since I don't know this, I'll go there and I'll then go there. On this part, I'm going opposite of A, so it's going to be negative A, and then the same direction of B, so it's plus B, and that's it, we found it. So this here is negative A plus B. Now Ki is from here to there. To go from K to I need to go here, from K to J, and then from J to I. We don't know what's Kj so far, but I know, since the question says regular hexagons and there is a scale factor of 2 down here, that means Kj is going to be double of AB because they are parallel. So since AB is negative A plus B, Kj is going to be negative 2A plus 2B. Did you get that? Now, Ji is parallel to OB, right? Since OB is just B, so Kji is 2B. Now to go from K to I, it's going to be negative 2A plus 2B plus 2B. So it's going to be minus 2A plus 4B. That's it for the second part. Now LD. How do I go from L to D here. I do prefer to go up here and then I come all the way down here. Let's just draw this line. I'll go there and then I'll come all the way down here. Now if this is A also, and this is A, that means if I go, this is not a nice color, so if I go from G to D, it's going to be opposite of A 3 times, so it's going to be negative 3A here. So this is negative A, negative A, negative A, so it's negative 3A. And then this part here, LG, is parallel to B, but it's double of the side, so it's just plus 2B. Now we found AB, KI, and LD. Now we don't need all these drawings here. Let me just erase everything. I'll just keep the answers for now. Now let's look at the question. The question then said there is an enlargement of scale factor of 2. That means the small shape is half of the bigger shape. What's the question then asking? If the area of triangle OAB is 5 centimeters, calculate the area of the shaded region. Right? If the area of the small triangle is 5, calculate the area of the shaded region. Let's go up there and then see what we need to do. Now the question says this area here is 5. Now to know the area of the shaded piece here, we'll need to find the area of the big hexagon and then the area of the small hexagon, and then we just do that minus the small one. Now if this is 5, this is going to be 5 because there are 6 triangles here, right? This is 5, this is 5, 5, 5. So the area of the small shape is going to be 5 times 6, which is 30. Now this is the area of the small hexagon here. Now the area of the big hexagon, now we need to go back to this information. A scale factor of 2. This is the length scale factor. To find the scale factor of the area, we do 2 squared, which is 4. Now since the area of the small one is 30, the area of the big hexagon GHIJKL is going to be 4 times 30, which is 120. Now what's this 120? The big shape including the 30. Now to find the area of the shaded part is going to be 120 minus 30, which is 90, and that's your answer. So the area of the shaded region is 90 centimeters squared, and that's it. 8 marks already. So it's 8 marks. Was it easy?
7 marks IGCSE question. This question can be solved in less than 1 minute. So let's try to do it. ABCD and APQR are 2 similar shapes. Work out the length of DC. All these numbers are already written here, so I'll just move it up. We don't need it anymore. Now, look at this. DC is here. Now, to find this, we'll first need to find the length scale factor. So the length scale factor is equal to, we do have PQ and we have BC, which is good. So you can just do 9 divided by 6. That gives you 1.5. So that's the length scale factor. Now, to find DC, we'll just do 12 divided by the scale factor. So DC equal 12 divided by 1.5, and that gives you 8. This is good. This is already 2 marks. Can you imagine? Now, find the length of AR. Let's just look at it. Oh, this is it here. AR is down here. So it's the big shape. So to find the length of AR, you will do the length of the smaller shape times the scale factor. So it's going to be 5 times 1.5. That gives you 7.5. And this is 2 marks. Now the last part is nice. The area of ABCD is 32. Quadrilateral. Goodness, I hate this word. This is a long word. I always don't say it. So anyway, the area of ABCD is 32. Calculate the area of the shaded region. This is good. Now, we have the area of the small one here. It's 32. And we need the area of the shaded part. Obviously, to find this area, we need to find the area of the big shape. And then we do that area minus 32, it gives you the shaded part. Now, how can we find the area of the big shape? Since we have the length scale factor, which is k, we need to find the area scale factor, which is k squared. K squared is going to equal to 1.5 squared, which is 2.25. Now, if you multiply the small area times 2.25, so 32 times 2.25, this will give you the area of the big shape, which is 72. Now, to find the shaded region area, we'll just do 72 minus 32, and that gives you 40. Gosh, that's a nice question. It's 7 marks, and that's it. You see, just have a look down here. 7 marks question. Can you imagine? So that's all. Was it easy? If you have a question, you can ask in the comments. Thank you for following. Bye-bye. 6 marks IGCSE question. In this video, you will know how to find the model class, the mean, and the median. So let's look at the question. So there is some table here, and there are a lot of words which you won't need. So let's go to question A. It says find the model class. The model class is similar to the mode. The mode is the most repeated or the most frequent. So if we look at the number of teenagers, which is the frequency in this question, the most frequent, the biggest number is 15. That means the model class is 9 to 11. And that's your answer. This is 1 mark already. Now, the second part, the question says, work out an estimate for the number, for the mean. So everything in handwriting is not given. I did it just for the sake of time. So they gave us the mid-interval 1 and 4. So I filled this. How did I get the 7, 10, 13, and 16? It's the middle point here. 6 plus 8 is 14. Divided by 2 is 7. 9 plus 11 is 20. Divided by 2 is 10, and so on. Now, the next table here, I got it by multiplying the frequency times the midpoint. So 3 times 1. 6 times 4, 10 times 7, and so on. Then I added all these down here to 328. And I added this to 40, and it's also given in the question. The questions told you there are 40 teenagers. So to estimate the mean, you'll just 328 divided by 40. 328 divided by 40, and that gives you 8.2. The last question, there is a question down there, question C. Question C says, Y is your answer to question B here, is an estimate. This is what's the question asking. Whenever they ask you this in such questions, the answer is, because we don't know the exact values, you need to memorize this. This gives you the full mark. Why is it an estimate? Why is it not an exact mean? Because we don't know the exact values. If you want to understand what does this mean. Now, the number of text messages from 0 to 2 was sent by 3 integers. That means we don't know exactly which number. Is it 0? Is it 1? Is it 2? Which one repeated 3 times? We don't know the exact value. 3 to 5 repeated 6 times. Which number? 3, 4, or 5? We don't know. That's why. Now that's it. This is your full mark. I just want to add, since we spoke about this, what if we want to find the median? What if the question asks you to find the median? How do you do it? So to find the median, you need to find something called the cumulative frequency. So on the frequency, we have 3 here. The next one is 3 plus 6, 9. The next one is 9 plus 10, 19. And then 19 plus 15, I think that's 34. And then 39, and then 40. Now, to work out the median, you will divide the total of the frequencies, which is 40, by 2. So 40 divided by 2 equals 20. And then you need to locate this 20. Where is 20? 20 is obviously between 19 and 34. So the 20 is somewhere here. Then the median class is going to be 9 to 11. And that's the answer if the question asks you to find the median class. So the median class is 9 to 11. Now you should know how to find the model class, the mean, and the median class. Thank you for following. Bye-bye. 8 marks non-calculator question. The question says, find the height here. They gave us 2 solids, solid A and solid B, and the most important part is this. They said the total surface area of A is equal to the total surface area of B. So to solve this question, we will need to find the surface area for both solids. Let's start by solid A. Solid A consists of this cone up here and this hemisphere down here. The good thing is they will give you the formulas. So the surface area of the hemisphere down there is 2 pi r squared. Now let's just substitute. It's 2 pi times the radius, which is 6 squared, so 36. That gives you, so 6 squared is 36 times 2 is 72 pi. Did you get this? 6 squared is 36 times 2 is 72 pi. So we got the area of the hemisphere. It's 72 pi. Let's keep it here. Now let's look at the cone up here. It's a curved surface area, and also the formula is given. To find that area, it's just pi r l. Pi r l. L is this length here, which is 10, and r is the radius, which is 6. So let's substitute these values. So it's going to be pi times 6 times 10. So it's 6 times 10 is 60. So it's 60 pi. That's very good. Now let's add these two. 60 pi plus 72 pi. 60 plus 72 is 132. So it's 132 pi. Just to remind you, this is non-calculator, so I'll keep it like this. So the surface area of this nice shape to the left is 132 pi. Now let's look at solid B. It consists of a curved area here plus a circle area up there and a circle area down here. So let's find these 3 areas. The areas of the circle up and down are equal, isn't it? So we have 2 circles. This here is pi r squared, and this area is pi r squared. So both of them are equal. So it's 2 pi r squared, which is going to be 2 times pi times the radius, which is 4 squared. Now that gives you 4 squared is 16. 16 times 2 is 32, so 32 pi. What's this 32 pi? It's the area of the circle up here and the area of the circle down there. Now let's find the curved circle area of the cylinder. It's 2 pi. This is for this. It's 2 pi r h. We know the radius, which is 4, but we don't know h. So let's write it in terms of h. So it's going to be 2 pi times 4 times h. 2 times 4 is 8. So it's going to be 8 pi h. Now let's add these two, 8 pi h plus 32 pi. So it's going to be 32 pi plus 8 pi h. This is the surface area of this, and this is the surface area of that. Now the question says these two surface areas are equal. So to work out the value of h, let's just write them equal to each other. If you forgot what are the numbers, let's just bring it down a little bit like this. So that means 132 pi is equal to 32 pi plus 8 pi h. Now, what will we do? Since it's non-calculator, we will divide everything by pi. Why? To get rid of this pi. I don't want to see it. There is no calculator, so let's get rid of it. So on that side, the left side, you will just have 132 is equal to 32 plus 8h. Looks like we finished. Now do minus 32 here, minus 32 there. This 32 will cancel by pi, and then 132 minus 32 is 100 is equal to 8h. To find h, divide by 8, divide by 8. You don't have a calculator, I'm sorry. So how do you do 100 divided by 8? Think of it like this. How many times 8 goes into 10? It goes 1 time. What's the leftover? The leftover is 2, so bring it here to this 0, so it's going to be 20. How many times 8 goes into 20? It goes 2 times, which is 16. What's the leftover? The leftover is 4 over 8. Have you noticed 4 over 8 is a half? So your nice answer is 12.5. This is 5 marks. Now, let's look at the next question. Did you see the 5 marks? Gosh, it's a lot, isn't it? Now let's look at the next part of this question because it's 8 marks. So we got 5. Let's get the other 3. The other 3 is just a piece of cake. The question says, work out the height of solid A. Let's go up there and let's erase all this. We don't need it. Thank you. You're being very helpful. We don't need you anymore. So I'll just erase it. So we want to find the height of this. The height is from this point up to this point down here. Now, if this is a radius of 6 centimeters, that means from this point to down here is 6 centimeters. This is already part of the 3 marks. We did part of it. Let's finish it. Now, if we look at this lovely, nice triangle up here, it's fun. I love this question. I like it. It's fun. Let's draw this triangle here. This is 10 and this is 6. We can find this, can't we? Yep, we can. How? We will use Pythagoras. Let's just draw the triangle down there. We do have a lot of space. Let's draw you here. This is 10 and this is, I think it was 6. Goodness, I have a very bad memory. Yeah, it's 6. And this is what we want. Let's use Pythagoras. So 10 squared, which is CAB, just to remind you, C squared is equal to A squared plus B squared. So 10 squared is equal to 6 squared plus X squared or B squared. Now to find that, let's do 10 squared is 100 equals 6 squared is 36 plus X squared. Do minus 36 minus 36. Cancel this. So X squared is equal to 100 minus 36 is 64. Now, if X squared is 64, that means X is the square root of 64. What's the square root of 64? It's negative or positive 8, since its length is just 8. And now, once we got the 8, we will just add the 8 plus 6. Do you remember? We have 6 up here, 6 down here, and we got this 8. So the total height is 6 plus 8, and your answer is not 8. The answer is 8 plus 6, which is 14. And that's it. That's your 8 marks. How was it? Was it easy? I'll be posting a lot of non-calculator questions so that you can be familiar with the exam questions. And that's all. Thank you for following. Bye. Question 22 is 8 marks. The question says, for part A, solve. Solve means find the value of the variable, which is f here. So let's solve this question. The first thing we need to do is we get rid of these 3 down here. Always try to have no denominator, it's better. So I'll multiply here by 3. And I will multiply this side by 3. So this nice 3 will cancel that. On the left side, I just have 2f left, and that's equals. On the right side, I'll expand. I'll multiply the 3 inside. So 3 times 4f is 12f. And then 3 times 17, 3 times 10 is 30, and 3 times 7 is 21. So it's 51, 30 plus 21. That's very good. Now what do? We need all the f's to be on one side. So what I will do, I'll just do minus 12f here, minus 12f here. This will cancel by. So on the left side, I have 2f minus 12f, which is minus 10f, equals. On the right side, I have minus 51 sitting here, lowly. Now, how do I find f? I just divide by 10. Divide this side by negative 10, I mean. Divide this side by negative 10. This will cancel. We are now left with just f on the left side, which is very good. And negative 51 divided by negative 10 is 5.1. This is a calculator allowed, but it's easy to do also, because the negative cancel the negatives, and 51 divided by 10 is just go back one step. This may help you in your non-calculator paper. Now the first part is done. This part is 3 marks, the one we did now. So now let's look at part B. It looks difficult, but it's easier than you expect. The question says simplify e plus 12 all to the power of 0, where e is more than 0. If e is more than 0, then we'll just get a number more than 0 here, right? Any number more than 0 plus 12 is a number more than 0. And any number raised to the power of 0 is 1. So you got it. That's it. The answer is 1. Can you imagine? This is 1 mark already. Now let's look at question C. It's fun. It looks very fun. It's fun. Yeah. So question C says simplify fully. Let's do that. There are many ways to do this. Let me show you what I like the most. I write it like this. It's just playing with the question. This is how you should do the exam. Just feel relaxed. So it's 12. A to the power 4, just write A, 4 A's. H to the power of 6, it's too much, but let's play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then in the denominator, I'll have 4 and 1A and 2H. Now let's play. Cancel. This A, cancel this. These 2 H's, cancel these 2 H's. So what do you have left? We have 12 divided by 4, which is 3, isn't it? And then we have 3 A's, it's A to the power of 3. And we have 4 H's, so it's H to the power of 4. That's your answer. Another way is you just do 12 divided by 4 is 3. A to the power of 4 divided by A is 4 minus 1, which is 3. So it's 8 to the power of 3. And H to the power of 6 divided by H square is H to the power of 6 minus 2, which is H to the power of 4. So it's similar answer. It's up to you. If you want to enjoy it, just do it this way. If you want to get it fast, do it this way. Now part D is the last part, and then you get the 8 marks. Now the question says factorize fully. When the question says factorize, it asks what's in here and here at the same time. What are the things that you see here and there? That's it. That's what factorizing means. So let's do this question. What I can tell is 20 is 4 times 5, isn't it? And 12 is 4 times 3. So we already got something in here and there, which is 4. What's in here and there? Put it outside. So this is 4. Now there are 5 x's here, x 5 times and x 3 times. That means there is x 3 times in both of them. There is 1 y here and there is 4 y's there. So that means there is y in both of them. These are the things in common. So what's left? If we take the 4 out, we'll have 5. How many x's will we have? We took 3 out, so we'll have 2 inside, so it's x squared. The y is gone, it's here, so we don't write any y inside. Plus, we took this 4 out, so we have 3 left. We took all the x to the power of 3 out there, so we don't have any x left. And we have y to the power of 4. We took y outside, so we have y to the power of 3 inside. And that's it. We got the 8 marks. Can you imagine? It's 8 marks. How was it? Was it easy? Now, let's do the next question. So, question 23. You can always pause the video and try it yourself. Question 6 here is 6 marks and it's non-calculator. So let's do the first part. I'll just zoom in. Now the series 1 writes down 3 numbers A, B and C. Find A to B to C. That's very good. So let's first write it like A to B is 1 to 3. B to C is 6 to 5. There is B in common. Have you noticed? There is a B here and there is a B there. So it's the same thing. So we'll try to get these numbers, the 3 and 6, to be the same number. How can we do that? We'll multiply the first ratio here by 2. If we do that, the first ratio will be 2 times 2 is 2, and 2 times 3 is 6. So the first ratio will be 2 to 6, and the second one is just 6 to 5. Now we have 6 and 6. So that means A is 2, B is 6, and C is 5. So A to B to C is 2 to 6 to 5. We got 2 marks already on this part. Now let's look at the second part. Express A as a fraction of the total of the 3 numbers. So A, we have just 2. And the total is 2 plus 6 plus 5. That gives you 13. So a as a fraction is 2 out of the total, which is 13. And that's 2 marks again. Now the last part here. Emma writes down 3 numbers, m, n, and p. N is 2m, p is 5n. Find m to p. This is a very nice question. Now, what I will do now is I'll just write m to n to p. So m is just m. We don't have a value other than m. N is 2m. P is 5n. So p equals 5n. Sorry, and the value of n is 2m, right? The value of n equals 2m. So I'll just write p equals 5 and then 2m. So it's 10m. So let's write it here. So p is equal to 10m. Now the question asks to write m to p. So m to p is just m to 10m. There is no need for m. So it's just 1 to 10. And that's your answer. Now, this is 6 marks question. Did you get it? That's all. Let's go to the next question. 6 marks IGCSE question. The question gave us some trapezium here, and they gave us the area of this trapezium. The area is 360, and then the question asks to find the perimeter. To find the perimeter, we need to find the length of AB, and we need to find the length of BC, and then we add the 4 sides, 15, 14, and this and that, right? So we'll need to find these 2 lengths. So how can we do this? We will start by the given information, by the area. So the area of the trapezium is half times A plus B times the height, right? Now let's say this is A, and this is definitely the height, and let's call this B. So we are now trying to find B. So the area, we have it here, 360 is equal to half times A, we know what's A, it's 14, plus B, we don't know B, times the height, which is 15. That's very good. Now what I will do, I'll try to get rid of this half. So I'll multiply all this side by 2, and I multiply this side also by 2. So 360 times 2 is 720 equals, this 2 will cancel this 2. So we'll have 14 plus B times 15. This is very good. Now what I will do is I'll divide by 15 here, and I will divide by 15 here. Why? To cancel this 15. So I will have 720 divided by 15. I think that's 48, but let me check the calculator. 720 divided by 15. Yeah. So that's 48 is equal to, on this side, I'll just have 14 plus B. Now to find B, we'll do minus 14, minus 14. This cancels. So B is equal to 48 minus 14, which is 34. That's very good. Now, this side here, all of it is 34, right? Now, this is good. What we will do now is we will try to find this side here. And to find that, let's create a right angle triangle. What I will do is I'll just do some line here. That's good. Now, this is the right angle. Now, since all this is 34, that means this part here is going to be 34 minus 14, which is 20. Now, we don't need all that. We just need the small, and we don't need all this also. Let's erase it. Now, what we will need is just the small triangle here. Let's draw the triangle. This is 20, and this is going to be 15. This line here is going to be 15 because it's equal to this. So what's this one here? We will use Pythagoras here. Let's call this C, and that's A, and that's B. Pythagoras says C squared is equal to A squared plus B squared, isn't it? Now we're looking for C, so C squared is equal to 15 squared plus 20 squared. That gives you C squared is equal to 15 squared plus 20 squared, and all that under the square root. Just plug this in your calculator. C is equal to the square root of 15 squared plus 20 squared. This gives you 25. Now that's it. That's amazing. We did a lot of work, and that's very good. Now let's just rewrite everything we found here. Now, we got this side to be 34, and we got this side here to be 25. Now, how do we find the perimeter? The perimeter is when we add everything. So 15 plus 34 plus 25 plus 14. So 5 plus 4 is 9, 9, so it's 18, 8 and 1. 1 plus 1 is 2, plus 3 is 5, plus 3 is 8. So the perimeter is 88. And that's it. 88 centimeters. And that's your 6 marks. How was it? Was it easy? This is November 2023 edexil paper. It's calculator allowed. Let's do it together. The first question is 2 marks, and the question says expand and simplify. Always you can pause and try the question yourself first. So to expand, I'll first multiply here. So 3 times 2y is 6y, and then 3 times 5 is 15, and there is a minus sign in the middle. The first part is done. Now let's do the second part. Plus 7 times y is 7y. 7 times 2 is 14. That's very good. Now let's combine like terms. This has a y in it, and this has a y in it, so they look alike. So let's add them. 6y plus 7y is 13y. And then minus 15 plus 14 is minus 1. Many students don't know how to do the negative numbers. How is it minus 1? Just think of it like a debt. You have a debt of 15, it's minus, so it's a debt, and you really have 14 dirhams or dollars in your hand. So what you will do is you will pay the 14 here, and you will still be in debt of 1. Since it's debt, so it's negative 1. That's how I think of it. You can also think of the number line. Now question 1b, it's also 2 marks. So the question says factorize fully. When the question says factorize, it means what's in the first part and also in the second part at the same time. What's in here and there at the same time. So let's think of this question. First, I can tell there is x here and there is x there. So there is one x which I'll take out. And then if we look at the numbers, 6 is 3 times 2 and 15 is 3 times 5. So there is a 3 also here and there. So what's in common is 3 and x. So I'll take that out. 3x outside. Oh, gosh. Alright, so what's left here is 2 and then 1x plus. If I take the 3 and I take the x out, I will be left with only the 5 plus 5. And we finished. That's your 2 marks. Now let's look at the next question. The next question says, make G the subject of this formula. To make G the subject, it means we need G in one side and everything else on the other side. So I'll get rid of this 11 by doing minus 11 on both sides. This will cancel. So on the left side, I'll have 5 minus 11 equal 3G. We don't want to see this 3 here. So let's get rid of it by dividing by 3 here and dividing all that by 3. This will cancel. So you will end up by having G equals 5 minus 11 divided by 3. And that's your full mark. Don't try to do anything else. You have G on one side? Yes, I do. Just leave this side. That's your final answer. That's very good. I think we got 6 marks already. So let's look at, yeah, it's 6 marks. That's very good. Now let's look at the next question. The next question says, question 21 is 5 marks. It's a nice question. I like it. Look at this question. The question says, work out the length of AC. AC is the diagonal of this square, isn't it? Because the question says ABCD is a square. So this is the diagonal. How do we find this? We find it if we know this side and this side. We'll use Pythagoras, right? So the length of this side, AC, the length of diagonal, is going to be the square root of AD. Let's just write it. AD squared plus DC squared, isn't it? This is what we want using Pythagoras, because it's going to be this squared plus this squared under the square root. So this is the answer we are looking for. But then we don't know what's AD and we don't know what's AC. How do we find it? Now let's see what the question gave us. The question says the shaded area regions is 80. So this area plus this area plus this area plus this area is 80. Okay, how that's helping me? This is how I will take this information. The shaded area is the area of the square minus the area of the circle, right? But do we know the area of the square? We don't. So let's assume this side is x. That means all the other sides are x. And that means the radius is half of this, so it's x divided by 2. Now let's find the area in terms of x. The area of the square is x times x, which is x squared, minus the area of the circle, it's pi times the radius squared. The radius is x divided by 2 squared. That's equals to the shaded area, which is 80. And now we solve this. How do we solve this? Let's first simplify this. It doesn't look nice. What I will do, I write x squared and then minus pi. Now, indices, we split the 2 here and there. So it's going to be x squared divided by 4, because 2 squared is 4, equals 80. That's very good. If you understand all this, that's amazing. We almost finished. Now, take x squared as a common factor. So x squared out. What I have here is 1. If I take this x squared, I'll have 1 left, minus. If I take this x squared, I'll have pi divided by 4 equals 80. That's very good. Now I'll just erase all this. Then, if that's x squared, what's x? Let's say x squared is equal to, if I divide both sides by 1 minus pi over 4, so it's going to be 80 divided by 1 minus pi over 4. What's this? This is x squared. What's x then? I'll just do the square root of both sides. So x is equal to the square root of 80 divided by 1 minus pi over 4. Now it's the time for your calculator. Grab your calculator and plug this. So the square root of 80, the square root of 80 divided by 1 minus pi over 4. That gave me 19.307599. Listen, this is not the final answer, so never round up. Write the whole digits you have on the calculator. Everything you see, write it. But for now, we don't need to write it. Why? Because now we know this is 19.30075 all, and this is also 19 point that. So how do we find the diagonal? The diagonal is going to be AC is equal to the square root of this squared plus this squared. So it's the square root of 19.3 squared plus 19.3 squared. In your calculator, you still have the answer. So what you will do, you will write this. You will write the square root of answer squared plus answer squared, because you have it as an answer, right? So let me see. So the square root of answer squared plus the square root of answer squared. That's gave me 27.30 and a lot of digits. The question says to 3 significant figures. 3 significant figures is going to be 27.3, and we got x. This is fun. Have you noticed? It's the same answer. So it's 19.3. Question 15 is 5 marks. The question asks you to find the value of y and tell the reasons of how you got this answer. So if you want, you can pause the video and try it yourself. So let's zoom in. Now, how do you find this y here? So the fair thing is, these signs on the triangle tells you they are equal. All the sides are equal. That means all the angles are equal. Since the sum of the angles in this triangle is 180, so each angle will be 180 divided by 3. So 18 divided by 3 is 6. Bring the 0. So that means each angle is 60. So this is 60, that's 60, and that's 60. Now, the second thing is, this is a line, isn't it? This is a nice line here. Let's do it in red. So the angle of a line is 180. So since this side is 60, that means this side is 180 minus 60, which is 120. So the value of y is 120. Why? Now here they ask you to write 2 reasons why is it 120. So the first one, because the triangle has 60 degrees and then the line is 180, but you need to write it. You need to write words. You don't just write the numbers like I did. So what you will say, because this triangle is equilateral triangle, so each angle is 60, and then this is a line, the angle in the line is 180, so 180 minus 120 is 60. Another question on this part, it says, what's the mathematical name of this triangle? What's the mathematical name? If all the sides are equal, it's called equilateral triangle, equilateral triangle, lateral triangle. And that's it. That's 3 marks for this question. Was it easy? Question 8 is 5 marks. The question says, Isher plants 600 bulbs in a garden. He plants tulips bulbs, crocus bulbs, and daffodil bulbs, so that the number of tulips to crocus to daffodil is 9 to 4 to 2. Then 45% of the tulip are for yellow flowers, 5/8 of the crocus are for yellow flowers, and the daffodil, all of the daffodils are for yellow flowers. Then the question says, work out the number of bulbs that are for yellow flowers. That's very good. That's a nice question. This is a classic IGCSE question. Now to solve this, we'll first need to look at our ratios. So it's 9 to 4 to 2. And then we need to know the value of each part. To do that, let's add these. 9 plus 4 plus 2 is 15. And then we divide the total bulbs, which is 600, by 15. 600 divided by 15. It's calculator, so you can use your calculator. It gives you 40. That means, that's very good. That means each share is 40. Then, to know the number of tulips, we know it's 9, isn't it? So it's 9 times 40, which is 360. And then the number of crocus, it's 4 times 40, which is 160. And finally, daffodil is 2, so it's 2 times 40, which is 80. That's good. Now we know how many of each do we have. We have 360 tulips, we have 160 crocus, and we have 80 daffodil. Now, then we need to know what's 40% of this 360, right? So we do, 45. So then we do 45% of the tulips, which is 360. Plug that in your calculator and it will give you 162. That's very good. And then we need to know what's 5/8 of the crocus, which is 160. Then we need to find 5/8 of 160. This is easy. It's 160 divided by 8 is 20 times 5 is 100, which is good, yeah. And finally, all of the daffodil, I don't know what's daffodil, is there, so it's 80. And then the question asks you, how many are there? So you will just add them. So it's 162 plus 100, that makes 862, plus 80, that makes it 342. So there are 342 for the yellow flowers. That's even more than half of them. But that's a very nice question, and it's classic. You may expect similar thing in your exam, and it's 5 marks. Can you imagine? Now let's go to the next question. Question 9. It says, question 11 is 8 marks. The question says, for the first part, simplify C plus C plus C plus C plus C. It's just like banana. So it's a banana plus a banana. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bananas. So it's just 5C. That's the first mark. It's 1 mark. Now here, 7W plus 10Y minus 9W plus 2Y. So combine like terms. W looks like W. So 7W minus 9W is minus 2W. And then Y looks like Y. So 10Y plus 2Y is 12Y. That's 2 marks. 12Y. Now, the third part is part C. The nth term of a sequence is given by 7n minus 4. Find the first and the fifth term. Let's first write the 7n minus 4 here. To find the first term, you just replace 1 here. And instead of n, it's 1 because it's the first term. So it's going to be 7 times 1 minus 4. 7 times 1 is 7. 7 minus 4 is 3. To find the fifth term, you will do the same thing. And instead of n, you will just write 5 here. So instead of 7 times 1, it's going to be 7 times 5 minus 4. 7 times 5 is 35, minus 4 is 31. And it's calculator. You can just plug it again. Now this is a very good question, and it's 2 marks. Now let's look at question D. Solve. What does it mean when they say solve? When they say solve, it means find x. What's the value of x? That's the question asking. Now, to do this question, let's first expand. What's expanding means? Expanding means multiply this 7 here and multiply this 7 here. So 7 times x is 7x plus 7 times 5, 35, is equal to 8 minus 3x. If that's fine with you. Now let's continue. Have you noticed there is x here and there is x on the other side? So we need them to be together. Okay, how do we do that? We do plus 3x here and plus 3x there. Okay, but why? Because minus 3x and plus 3x will cancel each other here. So this is gone. Okay, now what do we have on the left side? 7x plus 3x is 8x. And then we have plus 35 is equal to, on this side we just have 8 because the 3x is gone. Alright, so what's the next step? The next step we do minus 35 on both sides. Why? To cancel this 35. We don't want it anymore. So minus 35, minus 35, and this 35 is gone. Now on the left side, we are just left with 8x only. On the right side, we have 8 minus 35. For this one, just plug it in your calculator, and it gives you, so it's 35 minus 10 is 25, so it's 27. And it's minus 27. Just plug it in your calculator. Do 8 minus 35. It gives you minus 27. And that's not the final answer, because we are just looking for x, not 8x. So we divide by 8. Divide by 8. Now, if this solution is difficult or you don't understand it, there is a video explaining how do you solve equations like this. Just go on the playlist, go to Algebra playlist and watch it. So now we have x equals, now on your calculator, plug negative 27 divided by 8. That gives you negative 3.375. By finding this answer, you got 8 marks on this question. It's 8 marks. Now let's look at the next question. Oh, it's no fun. Finding an angle. Question 12. Question 4 is 5 marks. The question says, on the grid below, draw the graph of y equals 4x plus 2 for the values of x from negative 2 to 3. That's a very nice question. So the first thing I'll do, I'll just write the equation down here. I want to make it closer. So y equals 4x plus 2. That's very good. Now let's move this up and let's zoom in to do the magic. Oh, that's a lot. Alright, this is good. Now, the first thing we need to remember the form of the linear equation. It's y equal mx plus c, isn't it? Yes. So what's c? C is the y-intercept. C is where the line will cross the y. So c here is 2. So at the point y equals 2, our nice line will cross the y. So let's make x on it. This is 1 point. Now what else do? We know m is the slope, isn't it? So what's the slope? It's 4. Let's write it here. And the slope is rise. It's not rise. It's rise over run. Alright? So rise 4 from this point and run 1. Why did I just add 1? Because there is no number. So it's just 1. If there is no number down there, it's 1 always. So we rise 4 steps. So from 2 to 4 is 2 steps. And from 4 to 6, it's 2 steps. So we just jumped 4 steps. And then run 1. So from this point, we run 1. That's beautiful. So we got another point here. And that's it. Can you imagine? We finished. We graphed the line. Now you have 2 points. Just connect them with a very nice line. I don't know if I can do that. Let's just do the nice line. Alright, it's difficult, but you got the idea, right? You can make the line as long as you want, but it's better to just make the line from -2 to 3, because that's what the question asked. So from -2 to 3, the line will just go like that, and to 3 the line will just go that. So that's the correct answer. Did you get it? The important part is to get the 2 points, the red points. We got them, so you will have a ruler for sure, and then you can do a nice perfect line. Now let's go to the second part. The second part says the point with the coordinates p and 50 lies on this line. Work out the value of p. That's a very nice question. If a point lies on a line, that means it makes these two sides equal. So we know this point is x and y. So the value of x is p and the value of y is 50. So let's write y equals 4x plus 2. I didn't do anything. I just brought this equation down here. Now substitute the values. X is p and y is 50. So instead of y, let me just zoom in. Instead of y, I'll use 50, and instead of x, I'll just write p. So 50 equals 4x, it's 4p plus 2. Now solve this nice equation. How do you solve it? Minus 2, minus 2, cancel the minus 2. On the left side, you'll have 48 minus 2, 50 minus 2, which is 48, and that's equals 4p. To get just 1p, divide by 4, divide by 4, this nice 4 will cancel, pi, and p equals 48 divided by 4, which is 12. How fun. We got it. It's 5 marks. I'm zooming it. I want you to see these 5 marks. 5. You see? Yep, that's a very good question. Now let's go and do the next question. Let's just zoom out. The next question is nice. Oh, trapezium. That's fun. Let's do it.
5 marks IGCSE question. This is where students lose marks. So let's do it. The question asks to find the angle OBD. First, before we start, let's read this. Give a reason for each stage of your working. Here, you need to show them the circle theorems you used to solve this. If you don't, you are not getting the full mark, and that's when students lose marks. So we'll do that. I'm not writing it, I'm just saying it, okay? So let's do it. So OBD is this nice angle here. Let's call it X in red, this angle. Now to find that, I'll first look at this cyclic quadrilateral in green. Each two opposite sides in the cyclic quadrilateral add up to 180. So we can do this. 128 plus this makes 180. So we can just do 180 minus 128. That gives you 52. So this is 52. And you need to say, because it's a cyclic quadrilateral, each two opposite sides are equal.
add up to 180. Now, the central angle is double of the angle in the circumference. So if this is 52, this is 104. You will also mention the central angle theorem. Now let's draw triangle OBD. I'll just draw it here. So this is OBD. Did you notice this is an isosceles triangle? Because this side is a radius and this side is a radius, so they are equal. This is a not nice drawing, but anyway it works. So these are equal. That means these angles are equal. Now this is 104, so we'll do 180 minus 104. That gives you 76. And because it's an isosceles triangle, then we will do 76 divided by 2. That gives you 38. That means angle X equals 38. And that's how you got your full 5 marks. That's it. 7 marks question. The question says there is a rectangle. Inside of it there are 6 circles. They are the same. The radius of each circle is 8. The radius is from the circumference to the middle of the circle. This is called the radius. So this is 8. The first part asks you to find the length of the rectangle. The length is all this. So what's that? Have you noticed this is 8 and then this is another 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 6 eighths. So the length is 6 times 8, which is 48. That's very good. The second question asked you to find the area of the rectangle. This is a nice question. Now we know this is 48. We need to know what's this to find the area. This is 8, 8, 8, and 8. So it's 32 because it's 4 eighths. And then the area is the length times the width. So it's 48 times 32, which is 1536. The last part asked you to find the percentages of the rectangle that is shaded. What percent is shaded? To find the shaded percent, you first need to find the shaded area. What's the shaded area? The shaded area is the area of the rectangle minus the area of the 6 circles. The area of the rectangle is 1500. Oh gosh, this is a very nice 5. 1536 minus the area of the 6 circles. The area of the circle is pi r squared. If the radius is 8, so it's going to be pi times 8 squared. And there are 6 circles, so it's 6 times that. Now if we do 1536 minus this, it will give us the shaded areas, all of these. And then divide that by the area of the rectangle, it gives you the answer. So we will do 1500, this is a very nice 5 also, minus 6 times 8 squared times pi. Divide that by 1536 times 100. Times 100 because they said percent. And that's equals 21.5%. How was it? Was it nice? Was it easy? Question 23 is 5 marks. So let's do it. This is Cambridge non-calculator paper. If you want to try the question, please pause the video. Now let's look at this. The question says someone buys 2 batteries. The probability that a battery is faulty is 1/10. And they give you this nice tree diagram. The first question says complete the tree diagram up there. Alright, let's zoom in. To complete the tree diagram, we know each branch should add up to 1 whole, right? So if this is 1/10 here, this plus this should make one whole. That's it. So since that one is 1/10, then this one is going to be 9/10. That's good. Now let's go to this branch here. They didn't give you any information here, but this is, so the probability that it's faulty is 1/10. So this is going to be similar. So this is 1/10, not faulty is 9/10. We got it before. Faulty is 1/10, and then not faulty is 9/10 again. And that's it. That's how you do the probability tree diagram. Now find the probability that this May buys 2 faulty batteries. 2 faulty. So that's faulty and faulty. So it's 1/10 times 1/10. Let's write it down. This is non-calculator. Don't think of using it to do this multiplication. So 1 times 1 is 1. 10 times 10 is 100. Finished. How easy. Now the last part. A shop sells 300 batteries in 1 month. Work out the expected number of faulty batteries the shop sells. The number of faulty is 3000 times the probability of getting a faulty battery, which is 1/10. And that's equals to, this 0 will cancel this 0. Then 300 times 1 is 300. And that's your final answer. And that's your 5 marks. How was it? Was it easy? Question 13 is 7 marks. Let's do it. The question gave us some table and some frequencies here. So the first question says, complete the frequency table. You can pause the video and try to complete it. So I'll do it here so that we don't need to go up and down on the screen. So this part here will have the cumulative frequency. So how to do the cumulative frequency is, you first write the first number. The 7, I'll just copy it here. And then we add these. 7 plus 17 is 24, isn't it? And then we add these. 24 plus 18, that's 42. And then 42 plus 14, that gives you 56. Then add 56 plus 10, 66. And 66 plus 4 is 70. If you don't get the total number here, it's wrong. But now, since we got 70, we should say, good job for us, we did it. Now, the second part says, on the grid opposite, draw a cumulative frequency graph. That's very good. That's a nice question. Let's draw the graph. We need the cumulative frequency. We need this part here. So from 0 to 10, it's 7. From 10 to 20 is 24. Let's do it. 0 to 10, it's 7. Now, this is 7 here, I think. So this is 5, 6, 7, 6, 7. So this is it. This is the first point. Let's just leave it like that. The second number was what? 24 and then 42. So from 10 to 20 is 24. 24 is here. And from 20 to 30 is 42. 42 is here. And then 56, 66, 70. 56 is, this is 50. So this is 55. So this is 56. And what was the next number? I forgot. 56, 66, 70. So this is 60. So this is 65. So this is 66. And finally, 70. 70 is up here. That's very good. Now let's erase these. We don't need these. Now, before I draw it, have you noticed the first class starts from 0 to 10, and we just did 7 on the 10, so you don't do it on the 0. Some students they just do it here. When it's 0 to 10, it's 7, they just do 7 here. Gosh, no, don't do that, please, okay? You will lose marks. So if it says 0 to 10, it's 7, so you do it on the upper of the class. Now, how do we draw it? Many students use a ruler. Please don't. The cumulative frequency, it's better to be on hand. So just to connect this, connect this, connect this, this, and then connect it there. It looks nice. Do you like it? Alright, so this is the part of drawing the cumulative frequency. We did it. Now the question says, find an estimate for the interquartile range. The interquartile is the upper quartile, Q3, minus the lower quartile, which is Q1. So how do you find the lower quartile first? It's just from that graph. The lower quartile, Q1, is the total divided by 4. So it's 70 divided by 4, which is, I think, 17.5, isn't it? Yes, because 70 divided by 2 is 35, divided by 2 is 17.5. Now look, where is 17.5? This is 10, that's 15, 16, 17.5 is here. Where you cross the line, go down. It's on this line. So if this is 10, that's 15, 16, 17. So Q1 is 17. Now how do you find Q3? Q3 is Q1 times 3. So it's going to be 17, the position I mean. So not this 17, so the position of it. 17.5 times 3. So it's 52.5. You can also do 3 over 4 times the total, which is 70. If you do 3 over 4 times 70, it gives you 52.5. Now let's look at this 52.5. All right, where are you? This is 50, 51, 52.5 is in the middle here, right? So this point is specifically. Then we go down from there until we cross the x-axis. So let's go down here. I think it's this line, just let's follow the line. It's this line, right? Yep, it's this line. Yes, we got it. So this is 35 here, 36, 37. So Q3 is 37. Good job. Now we got Q1, which is I think 17, and Q3 is 37. So Q3 minus Q1 is 20. We got that. The good thing is, in the Marks Gym, they will give ranges for students. So that's why I made the Marks Gym ready, so that you see the ranges. So that's question 13. Let's go to question 13. I just want to show you the Marks Gym. So question 13, here, you see the range. They said anything from 18 to 22. That's it. So the drawing should not be on a ruler, please. Try to use your hand. It's not wrong, but it's the correct way is a hand. And the other thing is, you will have ranges. Try to make your work as accurate as you can. Now the last part says, use the graph to find an estimate for the number of teachers who travel more than 46 kilometers. Let's do this question. So they gave us the distance, 46 kilometers. Let's look at it. This is 40, this is 50, this is 45 in the middle, this 45, 46, this is it here, right? It's just this line. Let's go up until we cross the graph. All right, so it's this point here. I made it. Now, you will then go there. So it's this point. Now, travel more is just this number. Now, this is 61, 62, 63, up to 70. That means it's 7 up here. And that's the answer. So the number of teachers who traveled more than 46 is 7. And this is also going to give you ranges. Let me just show you the ranges. So they said anything 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, or 9. That's why it's always better to make your drawing accurate. Let me just show you a small thing here. I said do the drawing by hand. What if someone used a ruler and you got the line to go somewhere here? Or if you use your hand and it was very bad and it come here. Now this will give you will cross here, right? If you cross here, this is going to be 60. That means this number is 10 and it's out of the range. Did you get me? I want you to get the full mark. So what you do, try to make your working neat. Try not to make a very strange line, like some kids just go like that. That doesn't work. Do you get me? Now we got the full mark. Let's go to the next question. Question 14. Question 11 is 5 marks. It's box plot. So they gave us some table with the least number, median, and the range. And then they ask us to do the box plots here, this one. And then they ask us also to complete the table. Now to complete the table, let me just quickly explain it. I'll just take 1 minute to explain the box plots and then we do the question. So the box plots are usually something like this. Alright, so what are these things here? The first one to the left is the least number, the smallest number. And the biggest one is always far right. Then you have 3 lines here, which are the lower quartile, the median, and the upper quartile. That's how we block or put this information. So the smallest number, the biggest number, the lower quartile, the median, and the upper quartile. Now, have you noticed in this drawing here, they gave us the ones on the sides. So this one here is Q1, isn't it? And this one here is Q3. So from this, we can find Q1 and Q3. So let's see what number is this one here. Now, this is 600 and that's 800. That means in the middle, there is 700, right? Now, from 700 to 800 is just 5 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means you jump by 20. So this is 720, 740, 760, 780. So we got Q1 to be 780. Similarly, we need to find Q3. It's just 1200. This is easy. Q3 is 1200. Now let's put this back in the table. The lower quartile, Q1, 780, and the upper quartile is 1200. So we did complete the table. Now we need to complete the drawing here. Let me just zoom out. Alright, so we have all the numbers showing, and then we can do the drawing. Now, let me just erase this. The median is always in the middle of this box. Now, what's the median? The median is 900. So where is 900? So this is 800, and this is 1000. That means 900 in the middle here. Just make a line. Let's use the same color. So this is the median. And then the smallest number is 300. So let's plug in the smallest number. The first one is 200 and this is 400. That means 300 is somewhere in the middle between them. And always make a line to your box. And finally, we need to find the biggest number. Since the range is 1,000 and the range is the biggest number minus the smallest number, so what could be the biggest number? What number minus 300 equal 1,000? That's 1,300, which is here. And that's it. We finished part A. We complete the table and we complete the box plot. Now let's look at this. On some of these 80 days, at least saw fewer than 1,200 cars going into the village. Work out an estimate for the number of days. At least saw fewer than 200 cars going to the village. Alright, on some of these 80 days, at least saw fewer than 1,200 cars going to the work out an estimate. Alright, so let's see, where is 1,200? 1,200 is here, right? Which is Q3. Less than Q3 is all this. And this is always 75%. So what we need to do is we need to find 75% of 1,200. So this is calculator out. Just plug this in your calculator. 75% times 1,200. That gives you, oh, they said the number of days. That's 80 days, so 75% of 80, because we want the number of days. 75% of 80. So that gives you 60 days. And that's your answer for this question. So always try to be careful, read the question. Now I almost get it wrong because I just didn't read carefully. So reading the question is important. What's the question asking? Is the number of days. Since it's all 80 days, we just need to find 75% of 80. So let's go to, this is just 4 marks for now. We got the 4 marks, full 5 marks. Let's go to the next question. Question 4, probability, and it's 5 marks. This is a lot, so let's do it. The question says, here is a biased 5 sides spinner. When the spinner is spun, it can land on blue, green, or purple, or red, or 4 cars. The table gives information about the probability of the spinner landing on each color. The blue is 0.12, the green is that, the purple is this, the red is 4x, the yellow is x. And the first question says, work out the probability that the spinner lands on blue, on green, or on purple. That's nice. The first thing we need to do now is to find the value of x. Right? How do we do that? We know the sum of the probabilities should add to 1. So all these should just make one whole. That's very good to know. Now, if we know that, we start by adding 0.12, 0.2, and 0.38. So if you add these 3, this gives you 0.7. Now 0.7 plus x plus 4x, which is 5x, should equal to 1 whole, right? That means 5x equals 0.3, which is 1 minus 0.7. I just did minus 0.7 here, and I did minus 0.7 here. This cancels, so 5x is 0.3. That gives you x to be divide by 5, divide by 5, it's 0.06. That's very good. Now, if we got x to be 0.06, let's just put it back. So x is 0.06. That means 4x is 4 times 0.06, which is 0.24. That's amazing. Now the question asks the probability landing on blue, green, or purple. Now what's important is the sign between them. It says or. When it says or, it means you add them. So we add blue, green, and purple. Blue is 0.12 plus green is 0.2 plus purple, which is 0.38. If you add this, it gives you 0.7. That's very good. Now let's look at the last question on this part. Max spins the spinner 350 times. Work out an estimate of the number of times the spinner will land on red. So the number of times is going to be 350 times the probability of red. What's the probability of getting red? It's 0.24. So we'll just multiply by 0.24, and that gives you 84 times. And that's your nice 5 marks in your pocket. That's 5 marks. Now let's look at question 5. Sets. Many students get this wrong, so let's do it. Question 11 is 5 marks. The question says, Zoe, I think, invests some money for 2 years. He invests 2,500 with bank A and 3,000 with bank B. Bank A, he invests 2,500 and they give him, they give you the ratio. So the ratio of the amount of money he invested to the total amount of interest of the 2 years is 20 to 3. Bank B, he invests 3,000, 4% per year, compound interest for 2 years. And then the question says, Zoe receives more interest from Bank A than Bank B. How much more? What we want to do now is to find the interest he got from Bank A and the interest he got from Bank B, and then we subtract them. So for Bank A, it's a ratio problem. So let's just write money invested to interest. So it's 20 to 3. That's what's given, right? And then he invested 2,500. Then this will be x. I'm setting up a proportion. Now what's 2,500 divided by 20? It's 125. That means we multiplied the 20 by 125 to get 2,500 times 125. Right? 20 times 100 is 2,000. 20 times 25 is 500. Yeah. And then if we multiply one side by 125, we multiply the other side by 125. So what's 3 times 125? 3 times 125 is 375. So this is the profit he got from Bank A, 375. That's good. Now for Bank B, it's compound interest. Do you know the formula of the compound interest? Let's just write it down here. For the compound interest, the final amount is equal to the original amount times 1 plus the percent divided by 100 to the number of terms or the number of years. Now let's write that. How much he invested? 3,000 times 1 plus. What percent is he getting? 4 out of 100 to the number of years, which is 2 years. If you plug this in your calculator, this will give you, just check the calculator, this will give you, just do it, Now let's write it together. 3000, 1 plus 4 divided by 100 squared. This will give you 3244.8. Since he invested 3000, that means the interest he got is 3244.8 minus 3000, which is 244.8. Now let's go up there. The interest he got here is 244.8. Now the question asks, how much more? How much more is you just do this minus this. So 375 minus 244.8, that gives you 375 minus 244.8, that's equals 130.2, and that's your answer. That's 5 marks. Now let's look at question 12. Question 12 is cumulative frequency. Question 8 is 5 marks. The first part says simplify 8 to the power of 6 times 8 to the power of 10. If you have the same base, you add the indices 6 plus 10. So it's going to be a to the power of 16. 6 plus 10 is 16. The second part, simplify. So it's division, we subtract. So it's c to the power of 30 minus 12. That gives you c to the power of 30 minus 12 is 18. We got this part. Now the third part says factorize. Factorize, and this is a quadratic. So you think of two numbers, multiply to 21 and add to negative 10. What are these numbers? So the factors of 21 are 1 times 21 and 3 times 7. 1 and 21, if you add them or subtract them, it's not giving you 10, so this is excluded. So it's just 3 and 7. Let's write 3 here and 7 here. So now we want it to be 21 if we multiply them. That means it's either 3 times 7 or negative 3 times negative 7. They both give you 21. But which one of them add to negative 10? It's this part. So it's 3 times negative 3 times negative 7. That means this is negative 3 and this is negative 7. And that's it. We factorize this. Now, the last part on this question says, hence, solve. That means after you factorize, after you knew it's x minus 3 and x minus 7, just make it equal 0. Now this is a quadratic. How do we factorize this? Two numbers multiplied to make 0. This is one number and this is the second one. So this time this makes 0. That means one of them should be a 0. That means x minus 3 equals 0 or x minus 7 equals 0. If x minus 3 equals 0, that means x equals 3 because 3 minus 3 is 0. And if x minus 7 equals 0, that means x equals 7 because 7 minus 7 equals 0. And that's your answer. So it's x equals 3 and x equals 7. And that's your 5 marks. How easy. It's important to relax during the exam. Just don't panic. You know it. You can do it. Don't panic. Now let's do question 9. Question 9 shows some triangle. Question 10 is 5 marks. This is Cambridge extended non-calculator. So the question gave you some drawing here, and they said there is polygon A, polygon B, and polygon C. 3 regular polygons, A, B, and C meet at a point. The interior angles of the polygons are in this ratio. A to B to C is equal to 3 to 4 to 5. Show that polygon C has twice the number of sides as polygon B. This is a nice question. You can pause the video and try it yourself. So let's do it. The first thing is we add the ratios. Let me just move it a little bit. This is better now, isn't it? So let's add the ratios. 3 plus 4 plus 5. 3 plus 4 is 7, plus 5 is 12. So the ratio is 12. Now, they meet at this point, and the point is 360. So we will do 360 divided by 12. 36 divided by 12 is 3. And then we add that 0. This is what I did. I did 36 divided by 12 is 3. And then I brought this 0. So the ratio is 30. Now let's see what's the question. The question asks us to find the sides of C and B. Alright. So let's see how we will do that. C. What's the ratio of C? It's 5, isn't it? Yes. So it's going to be 5 times 30. That means this angle here is 150, is 5 times 30. And for B, this is it here. The shares of B are 4. So it's going to be 4 times 30. 4 times 3 is 12. So 4 times 30 is 120. That's very good. Now, how do we know the number of sides? If you know the interior angle, think of the exterior angle. The exterior angle of B is going to be 180 minus 120, which is 60, isn't it? If the exterior angle is 60, the number of sides is equal to 360 divided by the exterior. 360 divided by 60, this 0 cancels the 0. And then you end up by 36 divided by 6, which is 6. Now, polygon B has 6 nice sides. Now, let's think of polygon C. Since the interior angle is 150, so the exterior is going to be 180 minus 150, which is equal to 30. We got the exterior? Yes. What do we do next? We find the number of sides. How do we do that? We do 360 divided by the exterior, which is 30. Cancel these zeros. So 36 divided by 3, which is 12. And that's proved because 12 is double of 6. So we proved that the number of sides of polygon C is twice the number of sides of polygon B. And that's your 5 marks. Was it easy? Question 12. It's cumulative frequency and it's 6 marks question. It's 2 pages. Let's try to do it. You can always pause and try the question yourself. So the first part of the question says, complete the cumulative frequency table. Now, how do you complete the cumulative frequency? You see the frequency? The first one, just write it down. So the 12, we just copy it. And then we do 12 plus 15. That gives you 27. And then go back. 27 plus 20, 47. And the next one is 47 plus 18, 65. And then 65 plus 9 is 74. And finally, 74 plus 6, it's 80. This is 1 mark. And make sure the last number you got is equal to the total number of people given. It's 80 up there and it's 80 here. That's correct. Question B. On the grid below, draw a cumulative frequency graph from the table. Now, the first part here, 10 to 20 is 12. So let's go down here. 10 to 20 is 12. So this is 10. This is 11 and that's 12. So just make a point on 12. We don't start on the 10. Some students just write the 12 up here. No. You go to the upper class. You get me? So this is 10 to 20. we represent the 12 on this part here. On 20, you represent 12. On the second one, on 30, we represent 27. So let's do it. 30, 27. So this is 30 here. Where is 27? Now, this line is 25, 26, 27 is here. Next one is 40 and 47. 40, 47. So on the cumulative frequency it's 47 and here is 40. So this is 40 and 40. Now this is 40 and 47. That's very good. Next one is 50 and 65. This is 50. This is 50 and 60. This is 65 exactly here. We don't need this line. Next, 60 and 74. 60 is here. This is 60 and this is 70. So where is 74? This is 75, so this is 74, just below it, right? And then last one, finally, it's usually on the corner. It's 70 and 80, so that's correct. 70 and 80, that's 80 and that's 70. That's good. Now, how do we make the line? That's the question. You start on the first number here, 10. So from 10, you go like this, handwritten. Try to make it on your hand. This is a very strange line. Let's just try to make it better. It's very difficult to do it on the tablet. I'm trying my best. So this is the line. Perfect. Now let's look at the next question. This is 2 marks. Now the last question says, use the graph to find an estimate for percentage of the 80 people who are more than 64 years of age. Years of age is this. So let's look at, oh, it's 46, sorry. Let's look at where is 46. Now this is 40 and that's 50. In the middle there is 45, so 46 is the line next to it. This is 46. Let's now try to go up on this line. This is 46 until we cross the line we made earlier. This is 46, yeah, that's perfect. From this point, you go there until you get to this point. That's good. Now, let's count how many are there. This is 58, 59, right? So this is the portion we want. This is more than 46. So from 60 to 80 is 20, so it's 21, right? So the probability, since they ask, it's going to be the number, which is 21 divided by 80. Plug that in your calculator and it should give you the percent. 21 divided by 80, and that's equals to, just write it in the calculator. This gave me on the calculator 26.25%. 26.25%, and that's correct. Now, one important thing here is try to make your nice line and try to do it like as much accurate as you can, because they give ranges. For example, here they tell you, which question was this? This was question, just getting old. This is question 12, right? Question 12. This is the ranges. They say accept anything from 26 to 29. The perfect answer is 28. So we got the range, but we didn't get the perfect answer because I'm drawing on a tablet. In your paper, try to make it as nice as you can. So that's it for this question. We got the full mark. Now let's look at this question here. This is interquartile. Question 18. inverse proportion. The question says f, let me just zoom in. This is better, isn't it? The question says f is inversely proportional to the cube of r. F equals 6 when r equals 2. Find the formula for f in terms of r. You can pause and try it yourself. So what I will do first, I write the proportional. So f, oh, this is very big. F is proportional. Inverse is going to be 1 over cube of r is r cube. Then change this into an equation. So that means f is equal to k divided by its cube. I'm sorry, it's not squared, r cube. Then substitute the value of f and r. F is 6, so 6 equals k divided by r is 2, so it's 2 cube. From this, we can just do the cross multiplication to get k, right? Multiply this, gives you k. So k equals 6 times 2 cube is 8, so k is 48. Once you get k, just plug it back here in this formula. So f equals k, which is 48, divided by r cube. And that's your answer for this part. They ask you to find the formula for f in terms of r. We got it. Then find the value of r when f equals 3072. First, bring the formula down, the one we just got. So it's f equals 48 divided by r cube. They gave you f. F equals this, just put this here. So 3072 is equal to 48 divided by r cube. Okay, then how do you find r? This is denominator of 1, right? You can just add 1 there to make it easier. So cross multiply. That means 3072 r cube is equal to 48 times 1, which is 48. What do I do next? I'll divide by 3072, divide by 3072. This side cancels. So you will end up by r cube equals. So what's 48 divided by 3072? If you plug this in your calculator, it gives you 1 over 64. But then this is r cube and we are looking for just r. So take the third cube root for both sides. That gives you r is equal to 1 over 4. This is calculator. I'll just plug in your calculator the third cube of 1 over 64. The third cube, you can find it by pressing shift and then the sign of the third cube. And that's it. No. If you are using, the Casio 991 calculator. Now let's look at question 19. This looks fun. Canela. It's a nice name. Canica. Question 15 is 6 marks. It has 2 parts. So part A says solve. To solve this, we don't need denominators. That's the most important thing to do. We don't need these numbers here. So how do we get rid of them? We multiply everything by 3 times 4. We multiply it by 3 and multiply it by 4. So what will happen now? So if you multiply this, you multiply it here, you multiply it here, and you multiply it there. So the first part will be 3 times 4, and then times 5a plus 8 divided by 3. Just make some brackets. Minus this part is going to be 3 times 4 brackets 2a plus 5 divided by 4 is equal to 23 times 3 times 4 is 12. On this side, I'll just write 12. Now, let's see how things will go. On this side here, the 3 and 4, the 3 and 3 will cancel each other. And on this part, the 4 and 4 will cancel each other. So we got rid of them. That's good. Now let's multiply the 4 inside here. 4 times 5a is 20a minus 4 times 8 is 30. It's plus, I'm sorry, 32. Now, this is going to be minus 3 times 2a minus 3 times 5. So it's going to be minus 6a and then minus 10 equals 23 times 12 is 276. That's very good. Now let's combine like terms. 20a minus 6a is 14a. 32 minus 10 is 22 equals 276. Then, alright, I think I did something wrong. Oh, yes, you didn't. This is wrong. 3 times 5 is not 10. I don't know why I wrote 10. 3 times 5 is 15. And then when we do 32 minus 15, it gives us 17. It's not 22. That's a horrible mistake. Now, we will do minus 17 on both sides to cancel this 17. So let's see how it goes. So 14a is equal to 276 minus 17. Just plug that in your calculator. Well, I'll just try to do it myself. So this is 6 and this is 16. 16 minus 7 is 9 and 6 minus 1 is 5. 259. And then divide that by 14. 259 divided by 14. Divide both sides by 14. Divide both sides by 14. So A equals 259 divided by 14 is 18.5. And that's 4 marks for this part. Can you imagine? Now let's look at the next part. Express brackets root y divided by 3 all to the power of -1 in the form cy to the power of n, where c and n are numbers to be found. So you can't just write c and n, you need to find the numbers. To do this question, the negative here will disappear or becomes positive if you flip the numbers inside. So the first thing I do, instead of root y divided by 3, I write 3 divided by root y, and it's going to be all to a positive power of 1. Since it's 1, we don't need it. Now what I will do, I'll rationalize the denominator. I'll multiply by root y, divide by root y. So this equals 3 root y, divide by root y times root y is just y. That's good. Now, what I do next is, the square root is a half, isn't it? So it's going to be 3y to the power of a half divided by y. Now bring this y up. So it's going to be 3y to the power of a half, y to the power of -1. And then we add the indices. So it's a half plus -1. That gives you 3y to the power of, what's a half plus -1? It's -1/2. So that's your answer. 3y to the power of -1/2 or 3y to the power of -0.5. It's both correct. And that's it. Now let's look at the next question. Alright, recurring decimals. Question 22 is 5 marks. It's quadratic simultaneous equation. If you would like to, you can pause the video and try it yourself. Alright, so let's do it. The first thing is I'll start with the second equation here. I'll make y the subject. So let's do minus 2x minus 2x. This is cancelled. So you get y equals 3 minus 2x. Good. Then, instead of this y up here, I'll substitute the value of 3 minus 2x. Do you get it? Let's do it. So the first part, x squared with no change, plus, instead of y, I write the value of y, which is 3 minus 2x squared, and that's equals 41. X squared stays. Now let's expand these brackets. It's going to be 3 minus 2x. I don't know why I made it so small. 3 minus 2x. Then the x squared still stays. It's resting for now. Plus, now let's multiply 3 times 3, 3 times 2x. So 3 times 3 is 9, 3 times negative 2x is negative 6x. And then we multiply this 2x here and this 2x there. So minus 3 times 3, minus 2x times 3 is minus 6x. And then minus 2x times minus 2x is plus 4x squared. And that's equals to 41. That's very good job. Did you get all this? Now, let's do what? Let's combine like terms. X squared looks like 4x squared, so they just be 5x squared. And then minus 6x and minus 6x look alike, so it's minus 12x. And then this is plus 9 equals 41. Now let's bring this 41 to the other side, so you will have 5x squared minus 12x plus 9 minus 41 equals 0. That gives you 5x squared minus 12x. And then what's minus 9 plus 41? It's just like 41 minus 9, which is 31. So it's minus 32. You can use your calculator. Equals 0. That's very good. So if you got to this point, you're almost finished. Now this is a quadratic equation. Have you noticed? I'll solve it using the quadratic equation. I like it. It's easy. It's never giving you a wrong answer. It's safe. So A is 5, B is negative 12, and C is negative 32. Now what's the equation? You will find it in the formula sheet. It's minus B plus or minus the square root of B squared minus 4AC divided by 2A. And that gives you x equals, substitute the values. Minus B is going to be minus minus 12, which is 12, plus or minus the square root of B squared. Always start by writing brackets here. Many students write the negative outside and they get it wrong. So for this part specifically, please write the brackets and start by doing the work. And then minus 4 times A. What's A? Is 5 times C, which is negative 32, divided by 2 times 5. Once you get to this point, don't try to make this symbol. No, your calculator will do all that. So start by plugging just the positive value. So this is what you will do. You will do 12 plus the square root of negative 12 squared minus 4 times 5 times negative 32. So just write it all like that. Times negative 32. Go down and write 2 times 5. You got the first value of x equal 4, and then we go back and we change the positive sign into negative. So it's instead of 12 plus, we will now do 12 minus. That gives you x equal negative 1.6. Very good. We got the values of x. Now we need to find the values of y. And we have a nice equation here ready for us to use. Y is 3 minus 2x. Let's write it down. Y equal 3 minus 2x. So for the first value, 3 minus 2x. Now for the first value of x, y is going to equal to 3 minus 2 times the value of x, which is 4. That gives you 3 minus 8, which is negative 5. For the second value, you will have y equals 3 minus 2 times negative 1.6. So that gives you 3 plus 2 times 1.6. It's going to be 3.2, isn't it? And that gives you 6.2. How was it? Was it fun? That's a very nice question. It's 5 marks. I liked it. Now let's look at question 23. What's this? That's a circle. Question 12 is 5 marks and it's calculate aloud. So the question says ABCD is a quadrilateral. CDE is an isosceles triangle. And then DEF is a straight line. And then the question asks us to find angle BCE. That's what the question asking. Find angle BCE. Which angle is that? Many students don't know which angle when it's given in 3 letters. So BCE. BCE. So what we are looking for now is this angle here. Alright, that's good. Then how do we do it? We know this angle is equal to this plus this. So we need to find these two angles and then we add them. Let's start by finding this one here. How do we do that? Quadrilateral means 4-sided shape. So this 1, 2, 3, 4. If you add these, it should make 360. If you add the 4 angles, this plus this plus this plus this. Since we have 3 of them, we first need to add them. We add 128 plus 78 plus 86. Now we add this and then we do 360 minus this will give us this red angle here. So do that. Now 128 plus 78 plus 86 gives you 292, and then do 360 minus 292. So this is 292, and then we do 360 minus 292, and that gives us 68. That's very good. That means this angle here is 68. We got it. Now let's just write it here. 68. That's good. Now, what we need to find also is this angle here and mark it green. Now, how do you find that? Since this is isosceles, that means this is equal to this. How can we find this one here? Because of the straight line here, the straight line is 180. So if this is 125, this is what makes 180. So it's 55. Because 125 plus 55 is 180. And because it's isosceles, that means this here is also 55. Because they are equal. That's what isosceles triangle means. 2 equal sides, 2 equal angles. Now how do we find the one up here? We just do 180 minus the sum of these two. 55 plus 55 is 110. So 180 minus 110 is 70. That's very good. That means this angle here is 70. Now, the big angle here is just 68 plus 70, which is 138. And that's your 5 marks for this question. So the answer is 138. How do you find it? Easy. Question 22 is 9 marks. Let's do it together. The first part, A, says simplify. Simplify g to the power of 9 divided by g squared. So in indices, when you have the same base, which is g here, and you have different indices, which are 9 and 2, and there is a division, you just subtract the indices. So the answer should be g to the power of 9 minus 2, which is 7. And that's this for this part. It's just that. It's g to the power of 7. Now let's look at the next part. Expand. Expand means multiply the things outside the brackets, just multiply it inside. So what do we have outside? We have 5k. So we need to multiply it here, and we multiply it there. So the first part, we do 5k squared times k to the power of 3. I just multiplied this here. Now we multiply this here. So plus 4 times 5k squared. Oh. Now, what do we have? How will we reduce or simplify this? 5k squared times k to the power of 3 is 5k to the power of 2 plus 3. 2 plus 3 is 5. So it's going to be 5 to the power of 5. 5k to the power of 5 plus. Now, 4 times 5k squared. We just multiply the 4 times 5, which is 20, and then bring the k squared down. And that's it. C, factorize. This is a quadratic. Now, to factorize this, we need to find two numbers multiplied to 63, negative 63, and add up to negative 2. What are these numbers? So to know that, think of the factors of 63. It's 1 times 63, and then we do have 9 times 7. We have 21 times 3, but I think it's this. Why? Because look at this. If you do 9 minus 7, it gives you 2, right? So it's these ones, yeah. But then, let's start writing the brackets. X, X. Then, 9 times 7 is 63, but we need it to be negative 63. That means one of these numbers is negative. Either the 9 is negative or the 7 is negative. So let's write it like this. Negative 9 times 7 and 9 times negative 7. Now if you multiply this, they both give you negative 63, which is good. But then, which ones add up to negative 2? If you add 9 plus negative 7, it's just positive 2. And if you add negative 9 plus 7, it is negative 2. So this is what we are looking for. So just write negative 9 here and plus 7 here, and you're finished. That's it. How easy. Then they said hence, or hence. That means since you factorize, solve. To solve, just bring the brackets we did up there, which are x minus 9 and x plus 7 equals 0. So once you just copied this, we just copied this from up. Then you say x minus 9 equals 0. Then move the 9 there. So that means x equal 9. Or you can think of it like plus 9 here and plus 9 here. 9 and negative 9 will cancel, so you'll have x equals 0 plus 9, which is positive 9. An easy way is you just change this sign. This is positive, negative, so you make it positive. And for this one, because it's positive 7, so x is equal to negative 7. That's the easiest way. Just change the sign. If it's positive, you make it negative. If it's negative, you make it positive. And that's it. Now, the last part in this question, solve this inequality. Okay. How do we solve the inequality? we need all the letters or the variables to be in one side. What I will do, I'll do plus 2y here and plus 2y here. Why? Because I want to cancel this. So on the left side, I'll just have 7, and then I have less than. Now 3y plus 2y is 5y. 5y minus 12. Now we don't want to see this 12 here, so we do plus 12 to cancel this 12. So what do we have on the left side? We have 7 plus 12, which is 19. This part is less than 5y. And that's not the answer yet. To get the answer, just divide by 5. Divide by 5 to have only y. So plug this in your calculator. It gives you 3.8. 19 divided by 5. 3.8 is less than y. And that's your answer. We solved the inequality. 3.8 is less than y. And that's your 9 marks for this question. Now let's look at the next question. Oh, there is a trapezium here. Now this is question 23. Question 23 is 5 marks. The question asks you to find an expression for y in terms of x. This is a nice question. If you would like to, you can pause the video and try it yourself. So, to do this question, we will use the circle theorem that says pt times tr equals qt times ts. So this is what we are going to do. pt times tr is equal to qt times ts or st, it's the same. Again, this times this is equal to this times this. That's what we're going to do. Now what's pt? pt is 3y minus 5 times tr, which is rt similar, which is 4x, which is equal to qt is y plus 3 times ts, which is x plus 2. That's very good. So what do we do next? Now we just do algebra. We combine like terms, we expand brackets, and that's it. Now on the left side, I'll just multiply the 4x here and there. So 4x times 3y is 12xy minus 4x times 5 is 20x. That's good, and that's equals to. On the right side, I'll multiply here and there, which we will just do FOIL and multiply here and there. So what's y times x? xy plus y times 2 is 2y plus x times 3 is 3x, and finally 3 times 2 is 6. That's very good. Now to make y the subject, we need everything has y to be on one side. So I can tell there is 12xy on the left side. I want to move this, so I'll do minus 12xy on both sides. Let's just move this up. Now if we do minus 12 on both sides, this will cancel. I'll only, in the same time, why don't we just do minus 3x here, minus 3x there, and also minus 6 here and minus 6 there. Now on the right side, this 6 will cancel and this 3x will cancel. That's amazing. That's good. Now what do we have on the right side? On the left side, minus 20x minus 3x This will make minus 23x. And then we have minus 6, right? That's equals. On the right side is going to be xy plus 2y minus 12xy. Why don't we take y as a common factor? So y equal y outside. And then in the first part, xy, I'll have x left inside. On this part, 2y, I'll have just 2 left inside. On this part, I'll have minus 12x inside because the y is outside the bracket. That's very good. Now let's keep the left side minus 23x minus 6. We don't need to do anything yet. Let's keep the y and then open the brackets. Now let's combine these two. X minus 12x is minus 11x, and then I have plus 2. That's very good. That's a lot. That's nice. Let's divide both sides by minus 11x plus 2. Divide by minus 11x plus 2. And that gives you y equals this minus 23x minus 6 divided by minus 11x plus 2. This is a final answer, and that's a very good answer. It's correct. Some students or teachers will tell you to multiply everything on the right side by negative, so times -1 times -1, and that makes it to be, this will be positive 23x because we multiplied by negative, plus 6, this is also positive, divide by 11x will be positive, minus 2, because if you multiply 2 times -1, it will be -2. This is also a correct answer. If you keep it like this is a full mark. There is no problem at all with that. Now let's look at the next question. Question 24, arithmetic sequence. Question 24 is 6 marks. This is a nice question. I've noticed this repeats recently. Similar questions repeat. So the question says, the first 3 terms of arithmetic series are 2x plus 5, 3y minus 4, and 4x minus 2. X and y are constants. This is important. The sum of the first 9 terms is 216. Find the value of x and y. Alright, so to solve this question, we need to do 2 things. Whenever you have such question, the first thing to think of is the difference, the common difference. The second thing is the sum of the arithmetic sequence. So let's start by the difference. The difference, we usually get it by subtracting each 2 terms. For example, if we have this sequence 3, 5, 7 and all, we know the difference is 7 minus 5, which is 2, and that's equal to 5 minus 3, which is also 2. So this is how we get the difference. We subtract each 2 terms. So in this series here, if we do this minus this, it will give us the difference. So let's do 3y minus 4 minus this 2x plus 5. That should also equal to, because the difference is the same, is equal to this minus this. So 4x minus 2 minus 3y minus 4. If you write it like this, you already lost the 6 marks. You should make brackets here. Why? Because it's minus all this. This is one of the mistakes that students do. Now, let's just arrange these. So 3y minus 4 stays. The minus gets inside here to make all this negative. So minus 2x minus 5 equals 4x minus 2 minus 3y, and then minus minus becomes positive. Many students just leave it like negative, and that's also losing the 6 marks. Now let's combine like terms if we can. So on this side, on the left side, we have -4 and -5. Let's move them to the other side. Let's do +5, +4, +5, +4, which is just +9, right? Now, let's also do -4x on this side, and -3y on this side, and -4x here, and it should be +3y. Alright, now this cancels, this also cancels, and these two cancels. So on the left side we have 3y, and this is another 3y, so that's 6y. And you do have -2x and -4x, that's -6x, equals. All the x's and y's here are cancelled, so it's just numbers. So it's -2 plus 9, that's 7, plus 4 is 11. That's your first equation. This is important. Let's just leave it here. Now, we will use the sum of the arithmetic sequence formula to find another equation like this, and then we solve them simultaneously. Now, I'll erase this. I'll just keep the equation. Now, what's the sum of the arithmetic sequence? The sum, it's given in the formula sheet, by the way. So the sum is equal to n divided by 2 times, I don't know, let me just go up, look at the sum. It's n divided by 2, 2a plus n minus 1 times d. Where is it? Yes, here. So n divided by 2, and then 2a plus n minus 1 times the difference. That's good, that's very good job. Now, what's a? A is the first term. What's d? D is the common difference. N is the number of terms, and s is the sum. So let's plug the values here. Instead of s, I write the sum. The sum is 216. So 216 equals n. They gave you the 9 terms. So 9 divided by 2. 2a. A is the first term. So it's 2 times 2x plus 5 plus n minus 1. N is 9. So 9 minus 1 is 8. And then the difference. The difference is just this minus this, or this minus that, right? So let's write 3y minus 4 minus 2x minus 5. So this is the difference. Let's just make a space for the difference. So 3y minus 4 minus 2x minus 5, right? It's going to be minus 2x and then minus 5, because the negative changes all. Now let's make this simpler. So 216 stays. 9 divided by 2. Let's stay for now. Now let's do what? Let's expand. 2 times 2x is 4x. Plus 2 times 5 is 10. Plus here 8 times 3y is 24y. 8 times, let's add these together. Minus 4 and minus 5 is minus 9. So we do 8 times minus 9, which is minus 72. And finally, 8 times negative 2 is negative 16x. And let's close these brackets. Now what I will do is I will multiply both sides by 2 over 9y. to cancel this. If we multiply both sides by 2 over 9, the 2 cancels the 2 and the 9 cancels the 9. Now this is gone. Let's just do this in the calculator. 2 times 216 divided by 9. 2 times 216 divided by 9. That gives you 48. So this side is now 48 equals. Now let's combine like terms. 4x minus 16x is minus 12x. And you have 24y. Let's just write it first. And finally, I have 10 minus 72, which is minus 62. Now, this is almost finished. Let's write this down. 24y minus 12x equal. Here, do plus 62 plus 62. So what's 48 plus 62? It's 110. And this is equation 2. Gosh, that's beautiful. Now, how do you solve these two simultaneous equations? What I will do is I'll divide the second one by 2. If we divide it by 2, the 24 becomes 12. And if we divide the 12 by 2, this becomes 6. And the 110 divided by 2 is 55. Now, let's solve. We have 6x and 6x, so we will do minus because they are the same sign. They are both negative. So 6y minus 12 is minus 6y. This will cancel. And then you'll have 11 minus 55, which is minus 44. To find y, we divide by 6, we divide by 6. So y equals minus 44 divided by 6. That's gave me 7 1/3. That's amazing. That's beautiful. That's very good job. Now, how do you find, this is y. How do you find x? To find x, just substitute in this equation, maybe any of the equations. So let's do 6y minus 6x equal 11. Substitute the value of y. The value of y is 7 1/3. So 6 times 7 1/3 minus 6x equal 11. Now, what's that? The answer times. It's minus here, right? Yeah, it's minus 7 1/3. So it's minus 7 1/3. Let's do it again. So I said this is minus because it's just negative 44 here. Now, what I would do is I'll just write it in the calculator. Before I do write it, I'll do plus 6x here, plus 6x there, and I will do minus 11 here, minus 11 here. Why? To move the 6x there and to get rid of this. Now, you will have 6 times negative 7 1/3 minus 11 is equal to 6x. Now, let's plug all this in the calculator and let's see what's the answer. So, 6 times 7 1/3. That's equals 44, they said. And then minus 11, that's equals 33. So this side is 33 equals 6x. Divide by 6. So x equals 33 divided by 6, which is 5.5. How was this question? Gosh, look at this. This is a lot. They gave you, even in the exam, they gave you 2 pages to solve this. That's a lot, but it's fun. Now, question 25. Question 25. It's 6 marks. The question gave you this strange looking shape, and they told you angle BAC is 40, BAC. So this angle here is 40. Angle BCD is 130. BCD is this angle here. It's 130. The shaded area is 28. Then they ask you to find the length of arc BD, this nice arc here. If you'd like to, you can solve both and try it yourself. Now, what I will do is I'll first need to know what's the shaded area. The shaded area, the 28 here, is the area of this sector, all of this, minus the area of this triangle, right? So, what's the area of the sector? The area of the sector is pi r squared, the area of the circle, times the angle divided by 360. If we do this, this gives us the yellow shaded area or the orange. Now if we do this minus the area of the triangle, we get the shaded area, which is 28. But then, how do I find the area of the triangle? First of all, how did I find this r? I just assumed, because this is a radius, and this is also a radius. So I assumed this length is r, because the radius is equal on both sides. So if that's r, this is also r. Now, using the cosine rule to find the area of this triangle will be half times this side times this side, so it becomes r squared, because it's r times r sine the angle, which is 40. Now let's write this. So this is going to be pi r squared times 1 times 40 divided by 360 minus half r squared sine 40. What's this? This is 28, which is the shaded area. Have you noticed now this looks like a quadratic we can solve, or we can manipulate this question, we can just solve it. Now what I will do is I'll take r squared as a common factor. So keep the 28, put r squared here, and everything else inside. So to make it easy, or let's just do it, I'll do right pi times 40 over 360 minus, here I will have half sine 40, right? Now I'll plug all this in the calculator to make things easier. Alright, so let's do that in the calculator. That's a lot, isn't it? So pi times 40 divided by 360 minus 0.5, which is a half, sine 40. All this gave me a very strange number. It's 0.0276, which I don't even need. Whatever that number is, I'll just do 28 equals this number, 0.02767 r squared, right? I will just divide 28 by answer, right? Which will cancel this, because this is the same thing. In your calculator, you already have it in answer, so just do 28 divided by answer. That gave me a very big number. It gave me r squared equals 1011.851. I don't get scared. I'll just do square root answer. So that's give me R, because I want R, not R squared. So R is 31.80961287. Why am I writing all that? Because it's not a final answer. If you round in your IGCSE or exams, you don't get the full mark. Only round the final mark. Now find the length of the arc. This is very good. Now let's erase all this. Right, that's enough. Now we got this, the radius 31.9, right? How do you find the length of the arc? They want the length of the big arc, not the small arc. So we are not even close. But then we can find this length, can't we? Yes. Use the cosine rule to find the length. Let's just erase this. I'll call this side A. I'll call this side B, C, and the angle is A. Now the cosine rule says A squared is equal to B squared. This is also given, plus C squared minus 2BC cosine A. Now, to find A, we just do the square root of all this. That gives me A. Now, in the calculator, I write A equal the square root of B is answer, because I have this in the calculator. That's the last number I got. So I'll do answer squared plus this is also similar to that. So it's plus answer squared minus 2 answer, because B and C are both answers in the calculator, cosine 40. If you do this, you will get this length. Let's do that. You ready? Now, the square root of answer squared plus answer squared minus 2 times answer times cosine 40. That's gave me 21.7. 21.759. Do you remember what this angle was? This was 130. Now if you have a radius and you have the angle, you can find the length of the arc. How do you find the length? We find the length of the arc by using this formula. It's 2 pi r times the angle divided by 360. So it's going to be 2 times pi times the radius, which we just got, 21 point something, and it's already in your calculator as answer, times the angle, which is 130, divided by 360. Now plugging this in the calculator, that's our 6 marks. So 2 times pi times answer times 130 divided by 360. That's gave me 49.3. Let's just write it down here. 49.369733. 3 significant figures. That means you just need to take the first 3 numbers. So it's 49.4. And that's the final answer for this question. They gave you 2 pages to solve this. That's good. All right. Now let's go to question 26. That looks fun. Question 23 is 5 marks. This is vectors question. So let's look at the question. The question gave us this drawing. It looks like a strange looking star. Anyway, so the question says OAB is a triangle. Okay. P is the midpoint of OA. All right, this is important. So this is a midpoint. Q is a point on AB. So they didn't say this is a midpoint, so this is just a random point. Okay. ABR and PQR are straight lines. So this and this are straight lines. That's very important also. Now, OA, let me just move this up. OA is 12A, OB is 8B. So let's write them here. OA is all this line. So this is 8, is 12A. It's going from O to A, so it's 12A. And OB is this direction, it's 8B. They gave us this information. They said OA is 12 and OB is 8. Express AB in terms of A and B. So we need to find this here from A to B. To do that, we will go there and then we'll go here, right? So if we go this way, it's minus 12A because it's opposite. And if we come here, it's just 8B because it's the same direction. So we got it. We got the answer. So AB is minus 12A plus 8B. That's the first part. Now the second part says AB to BR is 1 to 2. Let's see where is that. Oh, this is it here. So this is 1 and this is 2. That means BR is double of AB. Okay, that's good. And then they say OQ is NB. This part here is NB. All right, that's good. What's the question asking? Use the vector method to find the value of n. All right, so to do these type of questions, usually you need to make two equations and then solve them somehow, or you need to find two equations for the same line or for the same distance. So look, for this part here, I'll try to find PR in two different ways and then we will figure the solution. So the first way to find PR is I will do a line here and then I will say PR is PO plus this. So that's the first thing I'll do. So let's say PR is equal to PO plus OR. All right. Now what's PO and what's OR? PO is negative 6A because it's half, right? All this is 12A and this is half of it, the opposite direction. So it's negative 6A. And then what's OR? OR is going to be what? It's going to be all this plus this, right? Yes. So let's leave OR for now. Let's find OR in a different way and then we bring it here. OR equals 8B plus this length. This length is double of AB. We got AB to be 12 minus 12A plus 8B, so we double that. So it's going to be minus 24A plus 16B. I just doubled AB. Now let's combine like terms. 8B and 16B is 24B minus 24A. Alright, so I'll just now write this up here. So plus 24B minus 24A. Now let's erase this, we don't need it. Let's now find PR in a different way. So we know PR also is equal to PQ plus QR. right? So what's PQ? PQ is this, so it's minus 6a plus 8b. So it's minus 6a plus 8b, no, plus nb, because we don't know. 8b is the whole thing. All 8b is all this. This part here, 8b is the whole line. This small line here is nb, isn't it? Yes, OQ is just NB. So it's plus NB. Now we got PQ. Plus QR is K times PQ, isn't it? Yeah. So it's just K times NB minus 6A. This is very good. Now compare this to this. Let's compare them down here. You can always go up there and see. So the first part is 24. Oh, minus 6a minus 24a is minus 30a. So minus 30a plus 24b equals, this is PR, so I wrote this. This is equal to this. Minus 6a plus nb minus 6a plus nb. Now let's compare these things, and all this is multiplied by some type of vector of constant, which is k, because we don't know the length. Now if you compare the first part, let's first write it, minus 30a plus 24b equals minus 6ak plus nkb. Now 30a is equal to 6k, because the a and a are the same. That means 30 is equal to minus 6k, and that makes k to be negative 5. Oh, but it's minus 30, so k is equal to 5. And now substitute here. 24 is equal to knb. That means 24 is equal to 5n. We can ignore the b for now. We don't need it. So 24 is equal to 5n. That means n is equal to 24 divided by 5, which here I think is 4.8. And that's your answer for this question. These questions repeats, and it's the same idea, and it looks complicated, I know. It's just you need to practice it a lot, and then it goes by itself. You can just solve it. Alright, that's all. Bye. Question 2 is 6 marks. The question says Anna makes cups. Each cup costs 6 Swiss francs to make. Anna puts the cups into boxes to sell. Each box contains 4 cups. Anna sells 8 boxes of cups for a total of 2,160 Swiss francs. Work out the percentage profit Anna makes. That's a nice question. So the first thing, what's the percentage profit? Whenever the question asks to find the percentage profit, this is it. Let's write PF. It's the profit that she makes divided by the cost times 100. So now we need to know the cost first. To know the cost, we need to know how many cups did she make. So let's see. So she sold 80 boxes, and each box contains 4 cups. That means the number of cups is equal to 80 times 4. It's 8 boxes. Each box has 4 cups in it. It's 320. This is calculate allowed, it's alright. So it's 320. Now let's see the cost of these 320. They say each cup costs 6 Swiss francs to make. So that means the cost is equal to the number of cups, 320, times 6. Let's use the calculator for that. I think it's 192, but let's use the calculator. If it's 1 plus 1 in the exam, just use the calculator. So 320 times 6, yeah, it's 192. And then add this nice 0. So it's 1920. So this is the cost. Now, how much did she sold them? The selling price, she sold them for 2,160. Okay, so now, if it cost her 1,920 and she sold it for 2,160, how much is the profit she made? She made 2,160 minus 1,920. That's the profit she get. So let's do that on the calculator again. 2160 minus 1920. So she made 240 Swiss francs. Now to calculate the profit percentage, it's the profit, which is 240, divided by the cost, which is 1920, times 100. Plug that in your nice calculator, and that's it. So 240 divided by 1920 times 100. That's 12.5. So that's the first part of the question. It's 12.5. Did you get it though? Was it easy? Now this is, I think, 4 marks. Yeah, this part is 4 marks. Now, part B says the height of each cup is 9 centimeters. Correct to the nearest centimeter. Write down the lower bound of the height. So this is bounds. The first thing we need to know the place value. They said to the nearest centimeter, so it's ones, isn't it? To the nearest 1 centimeter, isn't it? So we do 1 divided by 2, which is 0.5. Now, if they want the lower bound, we just do 9 minus 0.5, which is 8.5. If they ask you to find the upper, you will do 9 plus 0.5, which is 9.5. Now let's look at the next question. The height, the weight, I mean, of each cup is 120 grams. Correct to the nearest 10 grams. The place value here is 10. So we do 10 divided by 2, the place value divided by 2, which is 5. Since they ask you to find the upper, we do 120 plus 5, which is 125. And that's your nice, easy peasy 6 marks. How was it? Was it easy? Question 15 is 7 marks. The question asks, make G the subject. You can pause the video and try it yourself, because we are doing it now. Let's zoom in. That's better, isn't it? Now, to make G the subject, we need to make G in one side and everything else on the other side. Now, there are a lot of things here. There is 7, 11, 5, 2, and the square root. They are all on the same side of G. We don't want them. So what I will do first, I'll get rid of the square root. How do we get rid of the square root? We square here and we square there. Now on the left side, we will have e squared equal. On this side, these two will cancel the square root. So you will have 7g plus 5 divided by 11 plus 2g. Okay, what do we do next? Whenever you have such setting, just add 1 down here, and then think of the cross multiplication. This time this, and this time that. Alright, so 7g plus 5 times 1 is just 7g plus 5. Now, that's equals. On this part, e squared times, make brackets because it's 2 terms here. So it's going to be e squared times 11 plus 2g. We are doing very good job. This is amazing. Let's finish it. Now, on the next step, I'll just multiply the e squared inside. So I'll keep this 7g plus 5 equals, multiply the e squared inside. It's going to be 11e squared plus 2g times e squared is 2g e squared. That's fantastic. Now we can move the g's to be together in the same side. What I will do now, I'll do minus 7g here. It looks like y. And minus 7g here. This will cancel. Now on the left side, we just have 5 equals 11e squared plus 2g e squared minus 7g. That's good. This 11e is sitting with the g's. We don't want you here. So we do minus 11e squared minus 11e squared to cancel this 11g. This is amazing. Let's look at what we have. Now on the left side, we are just having 5 minus 11e squared. This equals to, on the right side, we have 2g e squared plus, minus 7g. Are we finished? No, we need just g. So have you noticed in these terms, there is a g here and there is a g there? Yes. So we just take that as a common factor. Now, with the g outside, if you take g out of this part, you will have 2 and e squared left. So 2e squared minus. If you take the g out, you will have 7 left. This is the final step. To get g the subject, you need to cancel. You need to get rid of these. So we'll divide by 2e squared here minus 7. Divide by 2e squared minus 7. And this is finally cancelled. So we have g equals 5 minus 11e squared divided by 2e squared minus 7. And that's it. You don't try to cancel this. This is wrong. You can't do that. Alright, just leave it like this. This is the final answer. Now let's look at part B. That part was 4 marks. Gosh, that's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot. It's nice. Now let's look at the second part. The second part says, solve the inequality. To solve this, there are different ways, and many teachers use many ways. And there are some tricks on YouTube I've looked at. Just don't do that, please. Whenever you have a number here instead of 1, try to use the quadratic formula. It's easy. It's given in the formulas. You don't need to memorize it. So just use the quadratic formula. Let's first write it. Y equals minus b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac, all that divided by 2a. Now, a is always in front of x or y squared. So this is a, this is b, and c is negative 32. Now let's just put them in here, and you will use the calculator. It's just that easy. So y equals minus b is 4, so it's minus 4, plus or minus root, b is 4 again, so 4 squared, minus 4 times 3 times negative 32. C is negative 32. All that divided by 2 times 3. 2 times 3. Now, don't even think. Just plug this all in your calculator. The first time, you use a plus sign. And the second time, you use a minus sign. And then you will get y equals 8 over 3. And the calculator tells you, sorry, y equals negative 4. Now, this is the solution of a quadratic equation, while the question here gave you an inequality. So in such case, the smaller number, just put it on the left side, and the bigger number, put it on the right side, and then use the same sign in the inequality. It's that, so we do that. We use this sign, and that's it. That's your answer. You can do what? You can then write minus 4 is more than x, comma, x is more than 8 over 3. And that's your 7 marks for this question. Was it easy? Question 25 is the last question on this paper. It's 5 marks. The question says PQRS is a square. PR is a diagonal of this square. P is the point with the coordinates 4 and 7. R is the point with the coordinates 8 and negative 5. Find an equation of the straight line that passes through points Q and S. That's a very nice question. Give your answer in the form AY equals BX plus C, where A and B and C are integers. This is a very good question. Now, to make you understand this, let's just draw a very strange looking square here. Let's say this is a square. Let's call this PQRS. Alright? So the diagonals meet up at a point where it's 90 degrees. They are perpendicular to each other. That's one thing we need to know. The other thing is, at this point of intersection, this part is equal to this part, and this part is equal to this part. So it's the midpoint. This is a midpoint. Now this should help you try to solve it. Now what I will do, I'll first find the equation of the line PR, or at least find the slope or the gradient of it. The gradient is the change of in y minus divided by the change of x. So y1 minus y2 divided by x1 minus x2. This is correct. You can also say y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. It's both correct. Now what's y1 and y2? Let's call them. This is the first point and this is the second point. So this is x1, this is y1, this is x2, and this is y2. So y1 is 7 minus y2 is minus 5, right? Divided by x1 is 4 minus x2 is 8. So it's 7 minus minus 5, which is 7 plus 5, which is 12. Divided by 4 minus 8, which is minus 4. So that gives you negative 3, isn't it? It's calculator allowed, so don't worry. You can just plug this in the calculator. Now again, to remind you, these are the diagonals. Now, if the slope of the first one is negative 3, the slope of the perpendicular is the negative reciprocal. So the slope of QS is equal to be the reciprocal of 3 is 1/3, and then add the negative, so it's just going to be positive. Did you know what I did? I took this number, I flipped it, so it's 1/3, and I then multiplied it by negative, so this is going to be positive. So the slope of QS is 1/3. Now we need to find a point that's QS comes through, which is the midpoint. Now, how do you find the midpoint? If you have 2 points and you want to find the midpoint, you just add the x values and divide them by 2, and add the y values and divide them by 2. So the midpoint will be 4 plus 8 is 12, divided by 2 is 6. 7 plus negative 5 is 2, divided by 2 is 1. So we got the slope and we got a point, which is 6 and 1. If you have the slope and you have a point, can you write the equation of the line? Yes, we can. There are many ways to do that. I do prefer to use the slope in point to slope form, which is y minus y1 is equal to m x minus x1. Let's plug in the values. Y, we just write it. y1 is the value of y in the point, which is 1, equals m is the slope, which is 1/3. X is this value of this of the point, so it's x. X1 is 6, I'm sorry. So that's it. Now what I will do is I'll multiply everything by 3. I don't like having denominators, so I'll just multiply here by 3. I'll multiply here by 3. This 3 will cancel that 3. So I'll have 3 times y, 3y, and 3 times 1 is minus 3, equals x minus 6. The question says, write it in this form, ay equals bx plus c. So we want y alone in one side, so I'll do plus 3. So I'll have 3y equals, I know you like this, the way I wrote equals, yeah, it's not easy, equals x minus 6 plus 3 is minus 3. And that's your perfect 5 marks for this question. How was it really? Was it easy? Was it tricky? Do you think you can do it yourself? Alright, that's the end of this nice exam. This was 2025 paper. Thank you. Bye. Question 20 is 5 marks. The question asks to work out the length of BC. So we want to find this length here. You can pause the video and try it yourself. So, to do this question, there is no right angle. So don't think of using Pythagoras. Don't think of using SOHCAHTOA as well, because they both work for right angles. Now, we do have 2 sides here. If we find this side, it will help us a lot. So, let's call this small a because it's opposite to capital A, and let's call this small b, and let's call this small d. Now, think of using the cosine rule to find this. The cosine rule says a squared is equal to b squared plus c squared, but here we have d, so I'll just write plus d squared minus 2bd cosine the angle between them, which is a here, cosine a. Now let's substitute the values. A is what we are looking for, is equal to b is 12.8 squared plus d 9.4 squared. You can write brackets if you want, minus 2 times 12.8 times 9.4 cosine the angle, which is 72. Now if we do this, it will give us a squared. To find a, we just do the square root of answer. So what I will write in my calculator, I write all this under the square root. So let's write it. The square root of 12.8 squared plus 9.4 squared minus 2 times 12.8 times 9.4 cosine 72. That gave me 13.35. Let me just write it. 13.335597. It's not a final answer, so please don't round it. Just leave it like that. Now let's look at this triangle up here. I'll mark it in green. If you look at this triangle, we can use the sine rule to find this side. Now, this side is opposite to this angle down here. So let's write the sine rule. I'll just erase everything here. Sine A divided by A is equal to sine B divided by B. In an easier way, sine the angle divided by the opposite side. So sine 39 divided by the opposite side, which is BC, is equal to sine 54 divided by the opposite side of 54, which is this long number 13.3355. But you have it as answer in your calculator, so divide by answer. Now, how do you find BC? The cross multiplication says if you want to find BC, just divide by the opposite of BC. So we'll divide by this. So we'll do answer times sine 39 divided by sine 54. So let's write that in the calculator. So answer times sine 39 divided by sine 54. That gave me 10.373531. The question says give your answer to 3 significant figures. So it's going to be 10.4. And that's your 5 nice marks for this question. Was it fast? You didn't get it? Was it easy? Did you understand? Comment. Thank you. Bye. Question 17 is 6 marks. It's 2 parts. The first part asks you to find dy by dx. It's differentiation. So to find dy by dx, you will first multiply the coefficient by the power. So here we'll first multiply 4 times 3, which is 12, and then we write x, and we take away 1 from the power. It was 3, now it's going to be 2. That's for the first part. Plus we do the same here. 5 times 2 is 10. Write your x and take away 1 from the power. So it was 2, now it's going to be just x. Plus, if you have ax, the first derivative is just a. So if you have 2x, it's just 2. And that's the first part of the question. It's solved. Now let's look at the second part. Find the coordinates of the turning points on the graph with this equation. They gave you the same equation and they ask you to find the coordinates of the turning point. Let's first write dy by dx again. We'll just copy it down. 12x squared plus 10x plus 2. Alright. To find the coordinates of the turning point, you just make this equal 0 and you solve this quadratic. Just solve this. How do you solve the quadratic? There are many ways. I do always prefer the quadratic formula. You can't get it wrong using the quadratic formula. So just use it, and it's given in the formula sheet. Let's write a, b, and c. A equals the number in front of the x squared. B equals the number in front of the x. And c is the constant. Now the quadratic formula says x equals, minus b. My handwriting looks better now. Minus b plus or minus root b squared minus 4ac divided by 2a. There is no way on which you can get this wrong. Just use the quadratic formula. Now let's plug the values. So it's going to be minus 10 plus or minus the square root of 10 squared minus 4 times 12 times 2, right? Divide by 2 times 12, which is a. Now if you plug this in the calculator, you will first need to just write plus. So minus 10 plus this divided by 2 times 12, that is going to give you minus 1/3. And then you will change it to minus in the calculator. You'll just use the minus. It's going to give you minus a half. Minus 1/2. Now, this is not a point. This is just the value of x. A point is x and y. How do you find y? This is y here. You will substitute the values of x. Let's write y down. Y equals 4x cubed plus, I don't remember, 5x squared plus 2x. There will be two values of y because there are two values of x. To find the first value, instead of each x, just use minus 1/3. So it's going to be 4 times negative 1/2 cubed plus 5 times negative 1/3, or 1/3 squared plus 2 times negative 1/3. And that gives you a first value of y. Now use the other value of x, which is negative a half. So it's going to be 4 times negative a half cubed plus 5 times negative a half squared plus 2 times negative a half. And this will give you the second value of y. I don't want to do all that for the sake of time. Now, if you substitute them, this is what you will get. Minus 4 times negative a half, and you see, similar. So these are the values we got before, which is negative a half and negative a third. Now once you substitute, you'll get these two values of y, and that's your answer. Was it easy? Question 22 is 5 marks. The question asks to solve the simultaneous equations, and they say show clear algebraic working. So you can pause the video and try it yourself if you want. Now, to solve this, let's look at the second equation here. Y equals x plus 2. What we will do is we will substitute each value of y here with this value. So instead of y, we are just going to write x plus 2. So your equation x squared plus 3y plus y squared equals 7 will be x squared plus 3 times y. Y is x plus 2. So instead of y, I just wrote x plus 2 plus y squared, which is x plus 2 squared equals 7. This is very good. Now what we'll do is we'll try to expand, combine like terms and make it look nice. So x squared stays plus, multiply the 3 inside, 3 times x and 3 times 2. 3 times x is 3x, 3 times 2 is 6, plus. Now how do we expand this here? X plus 2 squared. You can expand it by just saying the first one is squared, which is x squared, plus 2 times the first times the second, which is going to be 2 times x times 2, which is 4x, plus the second square, 2 squares 4, equals 7. If you didn't understand what I did now on expanding this, you can just do this. X plus 2 squared is equal to x plus 2 times x plus 2, isn't it? So this is x plus 2 squared. And then x times x is x squared. X times 2 is 2x. 2 times x is 2x, and 2 times 2 is 4. And if you do add these, x squared, 2x plus 2x is 4x, and plus 4. So we got the same thing. So it's up to you. You can expand by FOIL, or you can just know it's the first one squared plus the 2 times the first times the second plus the second square. Now let's combine like terms. X squared looks like x squared, so it's 2x squared. 3x looks like 4x, so it's 7x. Plus 6 and 4 is 10, equals 7, right? Then what I will do, I'll make it equal 0 because I want to solve quadratic equation. So I'll do minus 7 on both sides. This 7 is cancelled, so there is nothing left on the right side. It's just 0. And 10 minus 7 is 3. So this is just plus 3. Now let's solve this quadratic equation. 2x squared plus 7x plus 3 equals 0. There are many different ways to solve this. I do want to solve it by completing the square. Let's complete the square. Or let's solve by the quadratic formula. X equal minus b plus or minus root b squared minus 4ac divided by 2a. Let's use the quadratic formula. Now what's a? A is what comes in front of the x squared, so it's 2. B is 7 and c is 3. Now plug these values here. X equals minus 7 plus or minus root b is 7, so it's 7 squared minus 4, this is brackets, not 17, minus 4 times a, which is 2, times c, which is 3, divide by 2 times a, which is 2 times 2. Now plug this in your calculator. First use plus and then use minus, and you'll get two values of x. Let me just do it quickly. Now, just a second. Now the first value of x I got is x equals negative a half, and then the second value of x equals negative 3. That's very good. Once you get the values of x, you need to find y. How do you find y? Let's go back here. Do you remember this equation here? Y equal x plus 2. So we'll just substitute here. Let's write it down. Y equals x plus 2. So when x equals negative a half, y equals negative a half plus 2. It's going to give you 1.5. And when x equals negative 3, y is going to equal to negative 3 plus 2, and that gives you negative 1. Now you got two values of x, which are x equal negative a half, x equal negative 3. You got two values of y, which is negative 1 and 1.5. And that's your 5 marks for this question. Let's look at the next question. How was it? Was this easy? I don't know what's that. Oh, that's vectors. Nice question. Question 9 is 5 marks. So the question asks to find the area of this trapezium here. You can pause the video and try it yourself. So to do this question, we first need to know what's the area of the trapezium. The area of the trapezium is half times a plus b times h. But what's a and b? A and b are these parallel lines. So we can call this one a, and we can call this one b, or this a and that's b. That doesn't matter. Now, h is the height, which is this length here. This is h. So if we know A, B, and H, we can find this area. Now, if we look at this shape here, we know what's B. This side here is B, which is 47. So this side is B. So this is 47. Well, let's just write it up here. Now we need to find A and H. H is the red line here, the height. Now if we look at this nice small triangle here, this triangle, we can find the red line by using SOHCAHTOA, right? Because this line, from the perspective of 60, this is opposite and this is hypotenuse. So we have O and H. Which rule can we use? Let's just draw the triangle down here. I'll try to make it perfect. So this is 60 and this is 12 here, and we want this one here. Now this is opposite and that's hypotenuse. Now which one has O and H? Is it SO, Ka, or Twa? O and H is this part because it's O and H. So how do we write it? We write it in a triangle. So SOH. It's just going to be easy if you draw it like that. Now what part are we looking for? We are looking for O. O is equal to S times H. So let's erase all this and write that. O is equal to S times H. So the opposite is equal to sine 60. S is sine 60 times the hypotenuse, which is 12. So let's plug this in the calculator and we see what we got. So 12 times sine 60. That's gave me 6 root 3. I'll just write it like that for now. 6 root 3. So now let's go back to the drawing. And I don't need this. I'll erase it. Now we got this part to be 6 root 3. Now we will use the same triangle down here to find this length because we need it. So let's find this. Now from the perspective of 60, this is adjacent, isn't it? Yeah. So it's Ka. This is what we need to use. So let's draw the triangle again. Cosine, adjacent, hypotenuse. So we are looking for the adjacent. The adjacent is up here. So it's going to be cosine times H. So let's write that down here. So the adjacent is equal to cosine 60 times the hypotenuse, which is 12. Now if you plug this in the calculator, you will get 12 times cosine 60. So that gave me just 6, which is very good. Now let's go back again. We got this length here to be 6, and that's good. Now let's look at this. ABCD is a trapezium with one line of symmetry. What does this tell you? That tells you if you cut this into half here, these two halves will be the same. That means if I do a line here, this part is going to be equal to this part. So this is also 6. Do you get it? That's the point of saying it has one line of symmetry. Now, we can then find this side. It's going to be 47 minus 6 minus 6. So it's 47 minus 12, which I think is 35. So that's good. Now we got A, we got B, and we got H. We can find the area. So the area is equal to a half A plus B times H. So it's a half times A is 35 plus B is 47 times H. H is this length, which is 6 root 3 times 6 root 3. Just plug this in your calculator and you got the answer. So I'll do it. So 0.5 times 47 plus 35 times 6 root 3. So that's gave me 400. Oh, let me just write it again. That gave me 426.08. But then the question says give your answer to 3 significant figures. So it's just 426. And that's your 5 marks for this question. How was it? Was it easy? Question 25 is 6 marks. The first part says write 28 plus 24x minus 6x squared in the form a minus b brackets x minus c squared, where a, b, and c are integers. You can pause the video and try it yourself. This is completing the square. Whenever the question asks to write it in this form, it's usually completing the square. So how do you complete the square? We start by writing it in a better form. We write the x squared first, plus 28. We just rearrange them. And when completing the square, it's always better not to have any number in front of the x squared. So I'll take this negative 6 out. I'll do brackets. So if we take negative 6 out, I'll have x squared here. And if I take negative 6 out of the 24, it's just 24 divided by negative 6, which is negative 4. And 28 divided by negative 6 is negative 28 divided by 6. Some students do write this in the calculator and write it as a decimal. You don't need to do that. Why? Because we will in a minute multiply the negative 6 back again, and then the negative 6 will cancel the negative 6, and you will have just the 28 back. So just leave it like this. Now, we will leave the negative 6 there, give the nice brackets, and then complete this square. How do you complete the square? We open brackets, and it's squared, and there is an x here. And then we halve this number. What's half of negative 4? Negative 2. And then we always have a negative sign here. This is always negative. Even this was a positive number, this stays negative. Negative what? Negative this number squared. What's 2 squared is 4. And then we keep the 28 over 6. This is how we complete the square. Now we finished completing. We need to multiply the negative 6 inside. We multiply it here, we multiply it here, and we multiply it there. So negative 6 times this bracket, so it's going to be negative 6 x minus 2 squared. Negative 6 times negative 4 is plus 24. Negative 6 times negative 28 divided by 6. The 6 cancels the 6, and the negative becomes positive, so it's just 28. That's very good. Now 24 plus 28 is 52. And because the question says write a first, we will just write the 52 first. Minus 6 x minus 2 squared. And that's 3 marks for this part of the question. Now let's look at the next part. The next part says, on the axis below, sketch the graph of this. So this is the same in part A. What did we get in part A? We got 52 minus 6 x minus 2 squared. Let me just double check. 52 minus 6x minus 2 squared. Yeah. Now, to sketch, it's a different thing from graphing. Sketching is just some crooked work. Now, what's the vertex? The vertex is always this number and this number. These are the vertex of this quadratic. Now, where is 2 and 52? Let's assume 2 is here and 52 is here. So let's make some point here. That's a mark already. Now, does it open up or down? We always look at the number in front of the x squared. If it's negative, like negative 6, it's going to look like that. It has a maximum. If it's positive, then it's going to look like this. For our question specifically, it's this shape. So we know it's going to look somewhere like this. Now, what else do we need to get the full mark? Before we go, just knowing it's going to look like this, it's also another mark. So this is one mark, the vertex. Knowing how the shape will look like is another mark. The third mark is you need to know where will it intercept with the y-axis. Will it cross the y-axis here? Will it cross it there? Will it cross it here? This is the third mark. So the y-axis, the intercept is where x equals 0, right? Where x is 0. So substitute x equals 0 up here. If we substitute x equals 0, this will just be 0, because 24 times 0, and this is 0. So y is 28. So where y equals 28 is the y-intercept. And you need to write it, you need to show them. Now this is your nice 3 marks sketching graph. How was this question? Was it easy? That's 6 marks already. Alright. Question 10 is 5 marks. So the question asks to find CD, which is this line here. Let's read what's given. The question says AB is 16, it's given there. BC is 12, and AD is 1.5 times AC. This is very good. And we want to find CD. You can pause and try it yourself. So what we will do is we will first look at this triangle here. Use Pythagoras to find this. Once we find that, we multiply it by 1.5 to find this. Once we find this, we will have this and this. We will use Pythagoras on the big triangle to find all this. Once we found all that, we do minus 12 to find this. And that's your 5 marks. Let's do it. The first thing is this nice triangle here. So AC is equal to, since AC is the hypotenuse, we'll do the square root of 16 squared plus 12 squared. So the square root of 16 squared plus 12 squared, that gives you 20. That means AC is 20. Let's write it. Now, to get AD, we do 1.5 times 20. It gives you 30. We found that. Now we will use Pythagoras on the big triangle, this one. Now, this is hypotenuse, the 30, because it's opposite to the right angle, right? So to find this B, we will do the square root of the hypotenuse squared minus 16 squared. And that gives you 25.37715. That's very good. Now we got this to be 25 point something. To get the small part here, we do 25 minus this part here, which is 12. So 25 minus 12 is 13, so it's 13.31715. And then the question says give your answer to 3 significant figures. 3 significant figures, you just start from the left and you take the first 3 numbers, 1, 2, 3. And because this is 1, you don't need to round, so it's just 13.3. And that's your easy peasy 5 marks. Now let's go to question 11. Question 20 is 6 marks. It's Venn diagrams question. It's a 3 sets Venn diagram. So the question says 120 gardeners were asked if they grow carrots, potatoes or tomatoes. Of these gardeners, 43 grow carrots, 12 grow carrots and potatoes and tomatoes. Oh, that's and these information here. So the question says complete the Venn diagram to show this information. Whenever they give you 3 sets Venn diagram, try to search for the intersection of the 3 sets. This place is where carrots, potatoes and tomatoes meet. So this is where you want to start if it's given, if this is given. Let's see if that's given. So this is carrots, potatoes and tomatoes. So let's see if that's given. Now it's given, it's this here. It says 12 grow carrots and potatoes and tomatoes. So this is where the intersection is. So here I'll write 12. This helps you a lot. Now 43 grow carrots. So the 43 is here. Will this help me now? No, because I don't know this, and I don't know this, and I don't know that. But I know all this is 43. So let's leave this information for now, and let's go for the next information. 18 grow carrots and potatoes. 18 grow carrots and potatoes. So carrots and potatoes is here, right? So they say this should be 18. Once we know this is 12 down here, that means this is 6. So we are doing good job filling or completing this Venn diagram. Now the next information, 27 grow carrots and tomatoes, right? Yeah, this here. 27 is C and T. So C and T is this. So they said all this is 27. Since we got the 12, that means this is 15, isn't it? Because 15 plus 12 is 27. That's good. Now next, 32 grows P and T. 32 grows P and T. P and T is here. So this should be 32. Since this is 12, that means we need 20 more to make it 32. That's good. Now, 29 do not grow any. So the 29 is outside here. Now, let's see. Can we use this information now? 43 grow carrots. Yes, we can use it now because look at this. All this is 43 because all this is C, right? Now we will do 43 minus all these. So it's 43 minus 6 plus 12 plus 15 is what? 12 plus 15 is 27 plus 6 is 33. So 43 minus 33 is 10. That means this part here is 10. That's a lot. That's very good job. Now we used all these numbers. Let's see what else we can do, because we still have two empty spaces. We have this space and we have this space down here. Now, the last part is very interesting. They say the number of these gardeners who grow only potatoes is equal to the number of these who grow only tomatoes. Only potatoes is here, only tomatoes is down there. They say these two are equal. So how can we find this information? If we go back to the beginning of this question, it says the total is 120. So what I will do now, I'll add all this and I will do 120 minus all of them, right? So let's do that quickly. 29 plus 10 plus 6 plus 12 plus 20 plus 15 plus 20 is 92. And then I'll do 120 minus 92. So that's gave me 28. Now, this 28 should be divided by 2 because they say they are equal. That means there is 14 here and 14 there. And that's your 3 marks for the first part. Now, the second question says, find the number. When you see n here, it means the number of elements. The number inside, not t intersection with c. How do we do this question? We start by shading not t. Not t is anything outside of t. So let's shade it. Oh, this is all not t. It's out of t. Intersection with c. So let's shade only c. Now which part was shaded twice? The only part that was shaded twice is this part here, right? This is shaded in both colors. So the answer is just this part. It's 10 and 6, which is 16. Right, last question, last part. One of the gardeners who grow carrot is chosen at random. Calculate the probability that this gardener grows potatoes. A gardener who grows carrot, work out the probability that he grows potato. So let's do this question together. How many grow carrots? It's 43, isn't it? These are the gardeners who grow carrots. It's all these. This is 43. Let's write the denominator is 43. So how many of these grow potatoes? Of these ones who grow potatoes are just these two, because they are inside P, isn't it? Yeah, they are. So it's 6 plus 12, which is 18. And that's your 6. Nice, easy peasy marks. Question 21. Question 6 is 5 marks. The question looks scary, but it's not. It's easy peasy. I'll read it and then you try it yourself, and then we will solve it together. Now the question says, a large circle with the center O contains 3 identical small circles. On this shape here, there is a large circle and there are 3 small circles in there. Each circle touches 2 other circles. Alright. Now they say A, O, and B are the centers, and this is not important for us. The circumference of the large circle is 160. And then they ask you to find the area of one small circle. So let's do the question. The circumference of the large circle here is 160. The circumference is pi times the diameter, or it's 2 pi r. It's up to you. I would love to use pi d instead of 2 pi r. Now, pi d is 160. So if we divide both sides by pi, we get the diameter of the big circle. So divide that by pi, it gives you the diameter of the big circle is going to be 50. It's just 160 divided by pi, so it's 50.929. Now what's this? This is this length, the diameter of the big circle. Now, if we divide this by 3, we got the diameter of each smaller circle, right? Now, divide this by 3, it gives you the diameter of the smaller circle. It's going to be 16.976. Now, if we divide the diameter of this by 2, and the diameter of this by 2, and the diameter of this by 2, it gives you the radius of each smaller circle. It's going to be 8.488. That's very good. So we got the radius of each one. It's 4.8, it's 8.4. Now to find the area is pi r squared. So it's going to be pi times 8.488 squared. Now plug that in your calculator. It gives you the area to be 226.353. The question, though, asks to write it to 3 significant figures. 3 significant figures means you start on the left side and just take the first 3 numbers and round if you need. So 1, 2, 3. The 3 is less than 5, so we will not round up, so we'll just keep it. So the final answer is 226. This is 5 marks. How easy. It didn't scare me. That's how you should do the question. Don't get scared. Just relax. Now let's look at question 7. Question 11 is 5 marks. The question asks to find the area of triangle CBD, this triangle here. To find this area, we need to find the height and we need to find the base, right? So how can we find these? So I'll use Pythagoras theorem on this big triangle here. Because I have this and that, I can find the hypotenuse here. If I find that, then I will do the length of the hypotenuse minus this 21 to give me this length here. Okay, now I got this length here. Then I'll use Pythagoras on this triangle. This minus this squared minus this squared will give me that. And then I'll find the area. It's half times base times height. That's it. You can now pause and try it yourself. So for the first part, AD squared is equal to AE squared plus ED squared. That means AD is going to equal to the square root of AE squared is 28 squared plus ED squared is 45 squared. Plug that in your calculator and it gives you 53. That's very good. So we got this 53. Let me just write it. Now all this length is 53. To find this specific part here, we do 53 minus 21. So this is going to be 53 minus 21, which gives you 32. That's good. Now we don't need this. Let's just erase it. Now, how do you find CP? We will again use Pythagoras. First CD squared is equal to CB squared sorry, plus BD squared, right? Now let's plug these values, or let's first make CB the subject. CB is equal to CD squared minus BD squared, right? We'll just move this, we'll do minus BD squared minus BD squared, and then this will cancel, so it's CD squared minus BD squared, and then I'll just put all this under the square root to give me just CB. Okay, now this is CB, so this is going to be equal to the square root of what's CD? CD is 35 squared minus BD, which is 32 squared. Let's plug this in the calculator to get the value of that. So it's going to equal to the square root of 35 squared minus 32 squared. That's give me 14.17746. It's a very big number. I'll just leave it in the calculator to be like answer. Now we got this. We need to find the area. The area of the triangle is half times base times height. So the area is equal to a half times, what's the base? It's CB. So I'll do times answer because I have it in my calculator. Times answer times the height, which is 32. Now let's write that. So 0.5 times answer times 32. That's gave me 226.839. The question though asks to give you answer to 3 significant figures. 3 significant figures means you start on the left side and you go 1, 2, 3 only, the third number. Since the next number is 8, this 6 will increase by 1. So your final answer is 227. And that's the 5 marks. How was this question? Was it easy? Question 6 is 5 marks. It's 3 parts. Part A is 1 mark. It says write down the value of 5 to the power of 0. Anything to the power of 0 is 1. 1 mark already. Now let's look at question B. 5 to the power of 9. Let me just zoom in. 5 to the power of 9 times 5 to the power of negative 3 divided by 5 to the power of negative 2 equals 5 to the power of k. Find the value of k. This is indices. So 5 to the power of 9 times 5 to the power of negative 3 divided by 5 to the power of negative 2 equals. The law of indices says you add these if there is multiplication. It's going to be 5 to the power of 9 plus negative 3 divided by 5 to the power of negative 2. That's equals. What's 5 to the power of 9 plus negative 3? 9 plus negative 3 is just like 9 minus 3. So it's 5 to the power of 6 divided by 5 to the power of negative 2. And also the law of indices says if there is division, you subtract the indices. So this will be 5 to the power of 6 minus this. This is also minus. So it's 6 minus minus 2, which is 6 plus 2, which is 8. So it's 5 to the power of 8, and that means this equals to 5 to the power of k. Find the value of k. The 5 equals to the 5. That means k equals 8. And that's your 2 marks, I think, for this part. Yeah, it's 2 marks. Now the last part says simplify fully. Simplify indices also. The first thing, we split this 3 here, here, and there. we give each one of these a 5, a 3. So the first part will be 2 to the power of 3. The second part will be d to the power of 4 to the power of 3. The last part is e to the power of 5 to the power of 3. And that's equals 2 to the power of 3 is 2 times 2 times 2. It's 2 times 2 is 4 times 2 is 8. D to the power of, if you have two indices, you multiply them. So we multiply 4 times 3 is 12. So it's going to be d to the power of 12. E to the power of, you have two indices, 5 times 3. It's 15, isn't it? So it's going to be 8d to the power of 12, e to the power of 15. We got these nice 5 marks. How was it? Was it easy? Please be calm. Don't get scared. Don't get distracted or confused. These things are easy. You can do it. Question 1 is 5 marks. It's 3 parts, A, B. It's just 2 parts, part A and B. The first part says factorize fully. When it says factorize, it means what's in here and here at the same time. The first thing I know is there is a C here and there, so we'll put this 3 outside. And also, if you look at the 18, it's 9 times 2, isn't it? And the 45 is 9 times 5. So there is also 9 in common, so we take the 9 out. 9C outside. Now, what will be left inside if we take the 9 and we take the C? We'll just have this nice 2 left here, minus. We took the 9, we took the C, so you'll have 5D left. And that's your first mark, first 2 marks in the first question. That's very good. Now let's do question 2. Question 1 part B. Let's zoom in to make it better. Now the question says solve. When it says solve, it means find the value of x. From now on, if there is a denominator, get rid of the denominator. How do I do that? You multiply everything by the denominator. Now, the left side will be 6 times 5 minus 2x divided by 6 equals 6 3x minus 4. So I multiplied both sides by 6. I multiplied here and I multiplied there. Now this 6 will cancel that, which is very good. You will have 5 minus 2x left on the left side equals, now let's multiply the 6 inside here and there. 6 times 3x is 18x. 6 times 4 is 24. That's amazing. That's a lot of work. What do I do now? I'll make all the x's on one side and all the numbers on the other side. So I'll do plus 2x here, plus 2x there, to cancel this 2x. And I will also do plus 24, plus 24, y, to cancel this 24. Now the x's are on one side and the numbers on the other side. On the left side, I just have 5 plus 24, which is 29, isn't it? And that's equals 18x plus 2x is 20x. To find x, we divide by 20. This 20 is cancelled. So now you have x equals, what's 29 divided by 20? I'll just write it as a mixed number. How many times 20 goes into 29? It goes 1 time. What's the leftover? 9 over 20. And that's your final answer. Before you go to the next question, check. Did the question ask you to give your answer to some decimal places or something? No, so you can just leave it like that. Now this is question 13 is a tricky one. It's 5 marks. It's 2 parts. The first part says factorize this. Many students will look at this and they say this can't be factorized. This is the simplest form, which is wrong. That's the point of this question. It's a tricky one. So to solve this question, we think of the difference of squares. Let me just explain what that means. If you have x squared minus y squared, so this is a squared number minus a squared number. If you have that, you factorize it like this. It's x minus y, the first minus the second, x plus y times the first plus the second. So x minus y and x plus y. Let's have another example before we solve the question. So if you have, for example, k squared minus 9, how do you factorize this? You will now think of 9 as 3 squared, isn't it? Yes. So it's k squared minus 3 squared. So it's k minus 3 and k plus 3. The first minus the second, the first plus the second, and that's it. Now, how is this related to this question? Let me show you. If we look at the first part here, 4x squared. 4 is 2 squared, isn't it? So it's 2 squared x squared minus 25 is 5 squared and then y squared. So this can be written like this. 2x squared minus 5y squared. So now this is a difference of squares. A square number minus a square number. How do we do it? The first minus the second, the first plus the second. What's the first? Oh, what type of bracket is that? All right. The first is 2x minus the second is 5y. And then the first 2x plus 5y. And that's it. This is your 2 marks for this part of the question. Now let's look at the second part. Let me just zoom out. Show that 4x times 3x plus 3 times x plus 3 times 2x minus 5 can be written as in this form. That's looks an easy one. Let's try it. I would like to first multiply this. It's up to you. You can multiply first, it's not a problem. But I just want to multiply these two first. So we will do 4x times x plus 3. This is a strange looking x. So that's equals to 4x times x is 4x squared plus 4x times 3 is 12x. Right? Now all this will be multiplied by this bracket here. So 2x minus 5. Now it's play time. Let's play. This time that 4x squared times 2x, 4 times 2 is 8, x squared times x is x cubed. And then 4x squared times negative 5, 4 times negative 5 is negative 20, and then x squared. Then 12x times 2x, 12 times 2 is 24, and then x squared. And finally, 12x times negative 5, it's 60x, isn't it? Yes, it is. Now, let's combine like terms. Is there anything that has x cubed? No, it's just this 8x cubed. Now, x squared shows up here and there. Now, what's minus 20 plus 24? Minus 20 plus 24 is 4, and then x squared. And finally, we have this nice 60x, and that's it. Now, the important part here is the question says, show that it can be written like this. And we did show it can be written like that. The question didn't ask you to find A, B, and C. No. Some students go and then write A equals 8, B, no, don't do that. They didn't ask you. Just write it like this, and that's your final answer. Be calm, take it easy. If they don't ask you to do something, just leave it. Do whatever they asked. Now, that's it. Question